What we do, we're going to Iberia, BEALS. Yeah, we'll let you know. We'll let you know.
Okay, how do I say your name? All
All right, Chairman.
right, good morning. The Committee on Parole is called to order. Today is Tuesday, March 19th, 2024. The time is 9:04 a.m. My name is Cheryl Renatz. I'm serving as chair of today's parole panel. My colleagues on the panel this morning, seated to my left is Ms. Jerry Ledoux. To my right is Mr. Pete Freeman. We are the parole panel this morning. We also have some observers this morning, and I'd like to welcome our newly appointed board members. We have Mrs. Carolyn Stapleton. We have Mr. Danny Barra and Mr. Chuck Tillis, who are observing the proceedings today. We are at DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge. With the staff here at headquarters, introduce yourself for the record.
James Thompson,
Sherelle Baker.
Whitney Trostler, Carla Williams,
Markel Lewis.
Sherry Owens.
Francis Abbott.
And our first remote location this morning is at IBERIA Parish Jail. With the staff at IBERIA, please introduce yourself for the record. Y'all are on mute. Can you unmute the mic?
Sergeant Laura Tarver, Tarver. Deputy Cooper Mavro.
Yeah, we're having trouble hearing you, so I don't know if your volume is low or if you just need to speak louder. So our first case this morning in Iberia is Mr. Banks. Is that you, Mr. Banks?
Mr. Banks.
I'm sorry, Mr. Beals. I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Beals, would you introduce yourself for the record? Tell us your name and your DOC number, sir.
Gabriel Bills, 369939.
All right, can you speak up just a little bit, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Gabriel Bills, 369939.
Okay, just stand by just a moment. We're having a little audio issue, so we'll see if we can. Can you tell me your DOC number one more time?
369939.
Okay, that's perfect. You can sit back. I think we got the audio fixed. Let me recognize that we have someone who's joined us joined us by Zoom. We have Robin Willis here in support. She does not wish to speak, but she's here in support this morning. We're here for a revocation decision this morning, Mr. Beals. Do you have a revocation question there in front of you?
No, ma'am.
Okay, we're going to put it up on the screen for you. Just stand by. We'll put it up on the screen. On page 11. Okay, you see that, Mr. Beals?
Yes, ma'am.
Can y'all put that full screen? I need you to scroll down to where his signature is. There you go, sir. Is that your signature at the bottom of that page dated January 18th of this year?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, according to the information contained in that questionnaire, you're not eligible for appointed counsel. So are you ready to proceed this morning?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm going to read the allegations against you, Mr. Beal, after which you'll enter a plea of guilty or not guilty, and then we'll have a conversation about it. Your case has been assigned to Mr. Freeman, so after we enter your plea, he'll take the lead on the interview, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you're accused of violating the conditions of your parole, specifically condition number 2. You failed to submit a monthly report by the 5th of every month. You did not report to your parole officer when ordered to do so. The last date that you were seen at the New Iberia District Office was October 26, 2021. You were noted as absconding from supervision on May 2nd, 2022. For these reasons, a warrant for your arrest was requested and issued. How do you plead to violating condition number 2, Mr. Beal? Guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
And we'll talk about it. You can make a statement. Condition number 3, you failed to obtain permission from your parole officer before moving from your reported address, and you did leave the state of Louisiana without written permission from your parole officer. How do you plead, sir?
Not guilty.
Okay. And lastly, there is condition number 10. You failed to pay supervision fees each month. You are $5,029 in arrears. How do you plead to violating that condition?
Guilty.
Okay. Would you answer Mr. Freeman's questions, please?
All right, good morning, Mr. Beals.
Good morning.
Mr. Beals, how long have you been in charge, been in jail on this charge? How long have you been detained?
Since November of last year.
About 5 months, you'd say?
4 months.
All right. And what were you doing in Minnesota?
Working.
Where were you working?
Telecom construction. Doing 5 hours work.
Okay, why weren't you paying your fees if you were working?
Because I was behind, like it was like 50,000 in child support, and child support was taking like 65% of my check, and I finally got caught up with child support.
Okay, let me ask you this, how many children do you have?
I got a 27-year-old, I got a 15-year-old, and I got a 5-year-old that I got custody of.
You got custody of them?
Yeah, my 5-year-old.
Okay, where's the 5-year-old now? Who's it staying with?
With my family member, my brother.
Your brother. Okay. Why did you notify him? I mean, you absconded before, and you had to do 15 days, and you've been reprimanded for it before. Matter of fact, you home for absconding. Why you keep leaving without telling your probation officer?
Sir, I didn't leave because when he had contacted me, asked me to come in, I told him I was in training for rigging, and I told him I could have come in. Then he said, like, well, you ain't gonna make it in time. Then that's when he put the warrant. There's no way I could have made it in time to get there. And I showed him proof that I never moved from my address. I still, you know what I'm saying, I still say the same address.
But you knew you had to get in touch with him, right?
Yes, sir. We was in touch with him. We used to Zoom. We used to be on
I
Zoom.
saw that. You was doing the problem times. I saw you contacted him on Zoom several times.
Yes, sir.
Okay, if you were not revoked today, where would you live?
Yeah, I'm still in Louisiana. I feel where this right here, you know, I'm ready to get it, you know what I'm saying, get this over with. That way I could, you know what I'm saying, because I feel where I was in here, I don't want to lose everything I did earn while I was out there. I don't want to lose custody of my son, so I'm going to still stay in Louisiana. I said, it's just to the point where, you know, a job that finally wanted to hire me, and, you know, I got overwhelmed, and, you know.
Any other questions? Mr. Knox, I have no further.
Do you have a job prospect in Louisiana?
Oh, yes, ma'am. I'm a sandblast and painter, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Anything you want to say to us before we vote?
Yes, ma'am. Just say so that, you know, I learned my lesson, you know, these 4 months, you know what I'm saying? It's really been hard on me. You know, I don't really want to lose custody of my son because I've been raising him since he was 1 month-old, since he was one month.
All right, sir. Thank you. And prepared to vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Freeman.
Okay, Mr. Beals, you know to contact your officer, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You know, I hate to revoke you just for the simple fact you got a 5-year-old at home, you got custody of your child. That's lucky for you to have that custody of that child.
Yes, sir.
So my vote today is going to be to not revoke, but to add the special condition that you report to your probation officer every other week until you off probation. Now, that could be by phone call, Zoom, whatever. When he needs to see you in person, he's gonna tell you, and you better be there, okay?
Yes, sir. I promise I'll be there.
Got a good job and you got a good career, but that's my vote today, Mr. Knox.
Mrs.
Thank
Ledoux?
Mr. Field, you have an opportunity to teach your son how to follow rules. And that's an important part of being a productive member of society. I hope that you mean it when you say that you have learned your lesson. I too will vote for, in lieu of revocation, that you have extra conditions of reporting twice 2 weeks. So do not revoke, not in lieu of, but do not revoke.
Mr. Beals, I note that when you were in Minnesota, you didn't get in any other trouble. You were arrested on our warrant. So I agree with my colleagues. My vote today is do not revoke. With the added special condition, report every other week until you release on your full term date. But also with another stipulation, you will be required to pay the cost of your extradition to bring you back to Louisiana. That is $3,112.80.
Yes, ma'am.
You need to pay that before you're released. Before you're released on your full term date. You can pay over time. You don't have to
Yes,
pay it all at once. Work it out with your parole officer.
Yes, ma'am.
Regular payments. All right, sir. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
Next would be Mr. James, ma'am.
James will be next.
Morning. Mr. James?
Good morning.
Mr. James, would you introduce yourself, sir? Tell us your name and DOC number.
Anthony E. James, 523028.
All right, Mr. James, we're here for a revocation decision this morning. We're going to put a form up on the screen, your parole revocation questionnaire. Just stand by. We're going to put it up there for you to look at.
Yes, ma'am.
It's coming. All right, sir, do you recognize that form?
Yes, ma'am.
That's your signature at the bottom of the page?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Wait, did you see it? Wait, hold on. Go back. No. Page up. It's down. There it is.
Yes,
Is that
ma'am.
that's your signature? Okay, based on the information and stated February 5th, 2024. Based on that information, sir, you're not eligible for appointing counsel. So are you ready to proceed with your revocation hearing this morning?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir, I'm going to read the allegations against you, after which you'll enter a plea of guilty or not guilty. And then Mr. Freeman will take the lead on the interview. Your case has been assigned to him. At the very end, you'll be allowed to make a statement if you'd like to do so before we vote.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So, Mr. James, you're accused of violating the conditions of your parole. Condition number 2, which states you failed to report monthly as directed. How do you plead, sir? Guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Condition number 3, you moved from the listed address of 2136 Louisiana Highway 83, Franklin, Louisiana, prohibiting home visits. You left the state without permission and absconded to Beaumont, Texas, which is evident by arrest and extradition from Beaumont, Texas. How do you plead to violating condition number 3?
Not guilty.
Okay. We have condition number 4. On July 30th, 2023, you engaged in criminal conduct by committing aggravated assault with a weapon. Subsequently, July 30th, 2023, you were arrested by the Beaumont Police Department and charged with aggravated assault with a weapon. On January 9th, 2024, you pled guilty to a reduced charge of assault causing bodily injury of a family member. You were sentenced to 180 days and given credit for time served. How do you plead to violating condition number 4?
Not guilty.
Condition number 9, you absconded probation and parole supervision on or about October 25th, 2022, when you were last seen at your listed residence at 2136 Highway 83, Franklin, Louisiana. You moved from this address without written permission or knowledge of probation and parole. How do you plead violating condition number 9?
Not guilty.
And lastly, we have condition number 10. You failed to make a single payment to this account, to your supervision fees. You have amassed an arrearage in the amount of $928. How do you plead to violating that condition?
Guilty.
All right, sir, would you answer Mr. Freeman's questions, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. James, how long have you been in jail, been held on this charge?
Since July.
Okay, you were convicted in Texas of what they had you plead to, assault, aggravated assault? What you pleaded to in Texas? Beaumont.
Sir? So can you repeat that, sir? I couldn't hear you.
Okay, what did you plead guilty to in Texas?
Oh, they gave me a misdemeanor.
Yeah, what was it though?
It's some I can't remember, but they had reduced it to a misdemeanor and gave me credit for time served.
Right. They gave you 180 days.
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. James, do you have an anger problem?
No, sir.
What's the problem with you and what's that, your sister?
Nah, I had got into a fuss with somebody and they had called the laws, and in the state of Texas is word of mouth. So they had charged me with that. but they ain't have no evidence or nothing, and I didn't have no weapons or nothing, so they dropped the charge to a lesser charge.
You pled to the charge, or you went to trial?
Now, I pled to the charge
Why would you plead to the charge?
because I was trying to get it over with. And they had gave me a misdemeanor, so I was already down enough time to where they just gave me the credit for time served.
Right, but that's still, you know, the misdemeanor can still revoke your probation.
Oh, they told me, see, the lawyer told me it wouldn't affect me.
But no, the lawyers, they got that wrong. Also, did you have a knife?
No, sir.
So you didn't threaten a jugger with a knife?
No, sir.
Okay, what was the argument about?
It was about trying to get somebody out the house, and they didn't want to leave the house. So they called the laws and made all kind of assumptions on me. And that's how they ended up charging me with that. But when the laws came, I didn't have nothing. Like, they searched me and up and down, they searched the house, they didn't find nothing. It was just a word of mouth. That's why they ended up throwing the charge out, because they had no evidence and nobody went to the hospital or stuff like that. So they had charged me with that. So that's why I had took the misdemeanor.
Okay, I see where they started a transfer on you. What happened to your transfer? Why you didn't get transferred to Texas?
My parole officer,
What about?
he didn't contact me on nothing. I had the workforce working with me, helping me out. And I had did the interstate compact, and I never heard nothing from my parole officer, but he had gave me permission to go. So they gave me a TWIC card, because in the state of Texas, you can't get a TWIC card without the parole officer proving your address. So I had got the TWIC card, but I never got word back from my parole officer. I had texted him and everything, but he never got back with me.
What about the possession of drug charge in 822?
Possession charge.
You
I
have
was
a charge in 822. You got a possession of cocaine. That's what you're on for.
yes, sir. That put me on probation.
Used any drugs since you've been on probation?
No, sir. I never pissed dirty from or none of that, sir. Not even alcohol.
Where you gonna stay if you were to get out today?
My mother's house.
Where's that at?
136 LA Highway 83.
I have no further questions.
Mrs. Ledoux?
Mr. James, have you ever completed a full sentence? You're a fourth felony offender. Have you ever completed a complete sentence?
Like,
Without-
yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm just concerned about your compliance with what we have here. Okay, that's the only.
Mr. James, anything you want to say to us before we vote?
Basically, the reason why I had tried to move to Texas, because I was trying to get jobs in Louisiana, and it was like they couldn't hire me because I was a convicted felon and I couldn't get the TWIC card. So I asked my parole officer, can I get a pass to go to Texas to look for a job? And as soon as that happened, I automatically got a job. So I kept coming back to get passes, because I got paperwork coming back and get passes, and I tried to do it the right way by going through workforce. So workforce helped me. They told me, as long as I get the job, they'll help me get the TWIC card. So I got the job. I was driving boats, so I needed a TWIC card. So Texas told me before that happened, they have to have word with my parole officer. So I came back and got word with my parole officer. So he okayed it on the phone with the woman from Texas. So I went back to Texas and I got approved for the TWIC card and got the TWIC card, and I was doing good. And just a little minor problem happened, but I really was trying to better myself.
All right, thank you, Mr. Freeman. Fair vote.
I'll move for an executive session.
I second.
We have a motion and second for executive session. I have no objection. So with a unanimous vote, Mr. James will be in executive session for a few moments to discuss confidential matters. Just stand by. We'll be right back.
Yes, ma'am.
Roll call. Cheryl Renassa,
Yes.
P Freeman,
Yes.
Jerry, Ledoux.
Yes.
All right, Mr. James, we're back in regular session. We are prepared to vote. Mr. Freeman will be voting first.
Okay, Mr. James, the domestic abuse really scares me. I know you said your lawyer said a misdemeanor would not revoke the probation, but you pled guilty, did not go to trial. My vote today would be to revoke your probation for violating conditions number 2, 3, 4, 9, and 10.
Mrs. Ledoux.
Mr. James, as an absconder, that means that you have failed to follow the directions of your parole officer. I know you made some attempts, but my vote today is also to revoke.
Mr. James, I do concur with my colleagues. I found you guilty of violating conditions 2, 3, 4, and 9. So my vote today is to revoke your supervision. So today, sir, your supervision is being revoked. Good luck to you, sir.
All right.
I don't think that's the first thing they do. They just in a room, they just turn on their camera. And then sharing their screen.
Right, we're ready. Mr. West, good morning.
Morning.
Sir, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
LINTONIO West. My DOC number is 578253.
Right, Mr. West, we're here for a revocation decision this morning. We're going to put a parole revocation questionnaire up on the screen for you to confirm that that's your signature at the bottom. Stand by, we're going to put it up for you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir. You recognize that form? Is that your, at the bottom of the page, is that your signature dated August 3rd of 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sir, based on your answers to those questions on that form, you're not eligible for appointed counsel. So are you ready to proceed this morning with revocation proceedings?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm going to read the allegations against you after you enter a plea of guilty or not guilty. And then we'll have a conversation about your plea. You'll be allowed to make a statement before we vote.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So you're accused of violating the conditions of your parole, specifically condition number 4. You failed to refrain from criminal activity by committing domestic abuse battery. Subsequently, you were arrested by the Breaux Bridge Police Department on July 14, 2023, and charged with domestic abuse battery. On July 16, 2023, you appeared before Judge DeMahi for first appearance. The charge of domestic abuse battery was amended to simple battery. On February 1st, 2024, you appeared before Judge Lewis Pittman in the 16th JDC in St. Martin Parish, and it was ordered that the case be null pros based on testimony of the victim. So how do you plead to violating condition number 4?
Not guilty.
And we have also condition number 10. Since being placed on parole, you failed to make payments to your supervision fee account, resulting in an arrearage of $315. How do you plead to violating condition number 10?
Guilty.
Okay. Your case has been assigned to Mr. Freeman. Would you answer his questions, please?
Okay, Mr. West, you've been in jail approximately what, 8 months or 3 months? How long you been?
Going on 8 months since August 1st of 2023.
Okay. And your full term date is 7/12/26, about correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I mean, you were charged with domestic abuse battery. Were you and your friend arguing?
Yes, sir. We got into an argument, but it was never a physical altercation.
There was a little bruising on her neck and also a little bruising on your neck, is from what I hear, right?
Yes, sir. It was passion marks.
Okay. Passion marks, kind of like scratches. It was a passion mark.
No, it was passion marks. Like that came from days prior to the situation.
All right. What caused the little talk y'all were having, little argument?
I mean, really, it was really over nothing. It was just about, doing stuff around the house that I was supposed to do that I didn't do at the moment. And I mean, she was coming off of work and everything. But I mean, it was never that serious. Like, it was never serious.
Did you ever do time, Mr. Latino? What time did you do? Was it in a state facility or parish jail?
State facility, parish.
Okay, did you ever take anger management?
Yes, sir. I was just released from Bossier, Steve Hoyer program.
Right. I see that. Completed it, didn't you?
Yes, sir. I completed it.
Mm-hmm. So you have taken anger management?
Yes, sir. I've taken
So
anger
what
management.
should you have done different in this situation? What you think you should have done different?
I think instead of like just continuing the argument, I feel like maybe I should have just left, and let the situation calm down. And then
Good idea. That's what they teach in anger management, right?
Yes,
Take
sir.
a deep breath, walk away. Okay. You need to start trying to remember those things because
Sir.
yes. I mean, nobody saw this fight because y'all was in a bedroom. A man says he heard it, but he didn't see it.
Yes,
There
sir.
were some marks. It wasn't bad. Both of y'all, you and the victim, said it was not a physical fight.
Yes, sir.
Victim, matter of fact, would not even testify in the case. Are you still seeing the victim?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, yes, sir. We've been married since I've been here and everything.
Okay, so y'all got married while you was incarcerated.
Yes, sir.
Y'all got any children together?
Yes, sir.
How many?
4.
4 children together. They live with you and her?
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions.
Mr. West, is there anything you'd like to say to us before we vote?
I mean, you know, I just pray that y'all be lenient on me. I feel like as though I was charged with a crime that I did not commit because my wife told the arresting officer on the scene, like there was passion marks and nothing physically happened to her. I've missed birthdays, I've missed holidays, my court dates kept getting pushed back. You know, I don't blame it on you guys for holding me. You know, y'all just doing y'all job, but you know, I just pray that y'all be lenient on me and just let me back home to my family and my nieces, my nephews, my brothers, my mama. I talk to everybody every day. They miss me, I miss them. So I just pray that y'all be lenient on me and show mercy on this revocation hearing.
Were you working at the time this happened?
No, ma'am, I never, it was kind of hard for me to get a job. I was trying. I did try to get my TWIC card, but they denied it. My parole officer, she was supposed to, put in a word or whatever what she said, but I don't know, but for whatever reason, it didn't go through. So, I was trying though, you know, I had before I was incarcerated, I was doing like retailing jobs, but I was traveling state to state. And it was kind of like an issue of getting a pass for that. So, you know.
Okay, all right. Thank you, sir. I think we're ready to vote, Mr. Freeman.
Okay, Mr. West, now you've been in 8 months. That's a pretty good while we've been detaining you. There was no weapons used, but you know, I think y'all did have an argument.
Yes, sir.
You admit to y'all having an argument. And you could see, this could easily have caused your probation be revoked and it's still made. But my vote today is going to be to do not revoke and that you're to turn in at least 3 or 4 applications per month showing you're looking for employment to your probation officer. And remember what you learned in anger management. You've got to learn to walk away because if you don't, you're a 4th felony offender. You go down again, you're going down for some serious time.
Yes, sir.
That's my vote, Mr. Knotson.
Mrs. Ledoux.
Mr. West, you have the tools, it seems to me, to do the right things. You've been through some programming. You know the importance of following the directions of your PNP officer, and certainly domestic issues like you just were involved in is not going to be healthy. However, I believe that you have served some adequate time. I want to see you out there providing for your family and doing the right things and being a better role model to your children. So my vote today is to do not revoke, but you need to be seeking employment.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. West, I did concur with my colleagues. My vote also is do not revoke with the condition that Mr. Freeman imposed 3 to 4 job applications every month till you get a job.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. We wish you well. Good luck to you. Mrs. Romero, that concludes our business at your facility. So we're going to sign off at 9:49 a.m. Thanks for accommodating us this morning.
Thank y'all.
All right, good morning. The Committee on Parole, we are reconvening at Riverbend Detention Center at 9:53 a.m. on March 19th, 2024. Would the staff at Riverbend please introduce yourself for the record? Can you hear us? You can't hear us? You're muted. Do you have staff in the room with you?
No, ma'am.
Nobody's there with you? They do. Okay. Well, why don't you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
My name is Robbie Stelly, 622-845. Date of
All right.
birth is you.
I don't need the date of birth. Already got it. Thank you. Do you have a parole revocation questionnaire there in front of you?
No, ma'am.
Okay, we're going to put one up on the screen. I want you to look at it and confirm if that's your signature at the bottom of the page. Just stand by. We're going to put it up on the screen for you.
Okay.
All right. You see that form? You recognize it?
Yes, ma'am.
That's your signature at the bottom of the page dated December 29th, 23.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Based on that information, Mr. Stelly, you're not eligible for appointed counsel this morning. So are you ready to proceed with your revocation proceeding?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm going to read the allegations against you, after which you'll enter a plea of guilty or not guilty, and then we'll have a conversation about your plea and what happened. And at the end, you'll be allowed to make a statement if you'd like to do so before we vote. Okay, you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Mr. Stelly, you're accused of violating the conditions of parole, specifically condition number 4. And it says on October 19th, 2023, you were engaged in criminal activity in East Baton Rouge Parish. You were arrested for domestic abuse battery by the East Baton Rouge Sheriff's Office. The charge of a domestic abuse battery was no bill by the East Baton Rouge District Attorney's Office. So how do you plead to violating condition number 4? Guilty or not guilty?
I got arrested, but I didn't get
We'll talk about it. I need you to plead though. You say guilty or not guilty?
guilty.
You plead guilty? All right. And then the other one is condition number 10. And it states you are in arrears $315 toward your supervision fees.
Guilty.
So I plead guilty to that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Would you answer Mr. Freeman's questions, please, sir?
Okay, Mr. Stelly, you've been in jail 8 months?
Since October, 5 months.
Okay.
November, December, January, February, March. 5 months. November, December, January, February, March.
Okay, 6 months. We'll go
6
with 6. Let's go with
Okay.
6. All right.
Okay.
All right. Tell me what happened. Must have been pretty serious. I see there's some pretty serious wounds on her.
Only wound she really had on her was her neck, where she scratched herself with her ring. That's the only thing. I didn't put my hands on her. She started punching on me. She put her hands on me. I grabbed her to get her off of me, and her ring scratched her in her neck. That's the only mark she really had on her.
What
Like,
happened
I
to
came
the charges? Are they finished yet?
They completely dismissed them. They never picked them up. The state never picked them up. There was no, I don't know. They told me the reason they brought me to jail, they were bringing me to jail is because I didn't have nowhere to go in Baton Rouge. I didn't have no other house to go to. That was my residence and her residence, and I had to leave the residence. Being that I didn't have nowhere to go, they was bringing me to jail. And then the next day they got a parole hold on me.
Right. All right. Okay. Who is the victim? Is that your girlfriend?
That was my girlfriend, yes, sir.
Y'all still see each other?
We talk here and there. It's not like that. She's crazy. I learned that in the wrong way. I'm good. I want to be single now. No, I'm good.
Okay. I mean, she advised that y'all had gotten in a fight the night before. Did y'all have an argument the night before too?
No, sir. We fussed the night before, but it wasn't nothing like that. Like she spazzes out. Like, bad.
So y'all been having a few problems, huh?
Just fussing. She spazzes out. start swinging on me and stuff like that.
Okay. It also states that you went into the bathroom and that's where it started. At first y'all were just arguing, but then it became physical.
Yeah, I didn't go in the bathroom on her. She was taking a bath and I went walked to the store and came back and she was laying down on the couch and she started punching on me when I walked through the front door.
Okay, did she leave? Where did she call the cops from?
She took off outside and I don't know where she called them from. That I don't know. She took off running outside. I thought she went run to the neighbor's house or something. I don't know. She does that often.
Were you working?
I wasn't at the moment. Our truck had broke down. I wasn't working at the moment. But I'm going back when I get home. If I was to get out today, I'm going to try to get my job back at Turner.
At Turner?
At Turner, yes, sir. We're going to Turner Industries.
Okay, I have no further questions.
So, what is her name?
Megan,
What's her last name?
M-E-G, Storms.
So why do you think Megan, as you say, spazzed out on you? What made her that way?
Her and her ex. That was another reason that I got arrested because there's so many calls to 911 of domestic from that address because her and her ex lived in that same trailer park and she never put charges on him or nothing. Meaning he wasn't the address, they never looked for him. So being that she had a bunch of domestics called under her name, I wasn't aware of none of this until that night whenever they brought me to jail. The cops are saying they stayed getting calls out there for it. Like I was in a bad situation. I'm not from Baton Rouge. I'm from Lafayette area. And
What
I
have
met
you
her.
learned from this experience?
Who I want to be single. I don't want to be around nobody. I'm gonna go home to my family, go to work, and just look out for myself for a little while. Like I've been sitting in jail for the last 5 months, just thinking every day, like
What kind of
It's
work
rough.
you did for Turner?
I was working at the pipe yard. I started off as pipe cleaner, cleaning pipe, and then within 3 weeks I was overhead crane operator. I moved up fast, so I'm pretty sure they give me my job back. I would just have to take a cut and pay of what they was giving me. Being
Yeah,
that, and I'm willing to do that if I get a chance.
Where would you live?
I'll be either at my sister's or my nanny's. My
Where
little
they-
cousin my nanny lives in Ornerville, but my little cousin works at Turner. He was getting certified to be a welder.
He live
He lives with his mama, with my nanny.
in Arnaville?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Anything you want to say to us before we vote?
I just ask for mercy. Give me one more chance to get it right. Like, man, I wish I'd have paid attention to what my family told me. Don't run off with her, just stay home. Like, there's one more chance. Like,
Well, hey, that's a lesson learned.
When you were incarcerated previously, you took a lot of programming, didn't you?
yes, ma'am.
Do you remember some of the stuff you were taught while you were taking those courses?
Yes,
Did you
ma'am.
Did you take anger management?
Yes, ma'am. I do pretty good with my anger for the most part, but I'd be willing to take it again once if I'm released. I'd be willing to go to classes and everything. Like, I really would. Like,
Well, don't
anything,
limit
anything.
down on you.
Just be able to give life another try and not be stuck doing this. They got me in Riverbend, the worst of the worst. Like, it's bad up here. Gets it out you.
All right. I think we're ready to vote. Mr. Freeman.
Okay, Mr. Stelly, obviously you and this lady are definitely have problems. You know, I do believe there was a confrontation that night. I think you kind of let it down a little bit. There was no weapon used, but there was some scratches on her arms, neck, face, and a swollen lip. You also had some scratches on you, on your head and neck. So you still trying to say it wasn't a little physical?
She kept grabbing on to me like this, and I was just push her off of me. Like, yeah, I pushed her off of me, but she was clenching on to me like I don't understand why she, like, from knowing what her and her
Swollen
ex.
lip, I think you said the swollen lip came because your hand slipped up and
Yeah, I was
Just-
trying to get her off my throat.
trying to get her off your throat. Okay. Just tell you, you one of those cases that's pretty much, if I revoke you today, you're gonna get right back out. Your good time date is 3/29/24, so it's all almost here. And your full term date is 3/29/26. So that's not but 2 years off. Can you stay away from her?
Yes, sir.
My vote today is gonna be do not revoke, no contact with victim. New Iberia don't use a lot of electronic monitor. I want electronic monitoring for the first 6 months to make sure that you go nowhere where this victim is. If you get anywhere in her vicinity, we're gonna revoke. And
Okay.
hopefully charges. You need to learn. And I also want you to retake that anger management. Let them get you back in touch with that. Retake it and think
Okay.
about what you did.
I'll be going back on that end towards Lafayette area, so I'd be able to get in touch with the reentry coordinator and go through the thing in Lafayette.
Okay. Let us finish
She would give
voting
me an-
first. This is the dude.
Mr. Stelly, I'm glad you have a plan, but we need to decide where you're going first. So, you're only a second class offender. I hope that you've learned something from this period of sitting. My vote today is to not revoke you, not because I don't think something happened, but because I think you had enough time and you've been making some plans for doing better while you're sitting there. So you'll need to retake some anger management classes and have no contact with the victim.
All right, Mr. Stelly, I do concur with my colleagues. My vote also is do not revoke. Add the special condition, you have no contact with Megan Starnes and that you enroll and complete an anger management course, and your parole officer can help you get that situated.
All righty.
Electronic monitoring as well for 6 months.
What's the electronic monitoring?
Like
They have it
Monitor-
at the office. You don't pay for nothing.
Okay, monitor me over electronics, over like Facebook and things like that.
Don't go and you walk around for 6 months.
Ankle monitor.
Oh, ankle monitor?
Yes.
Okay,
All right, good luck to you, sir.
all right, thank you. That's all?
Yeah, that concludes our business at Riverbend. We're going to sign off at 10:06. Good luck.
All right, thank y'all. Y'all have a blessed day.
All right, good morning. The Committee on Parole is reconvening. We're at the Boyles Correctional Center in Marksville on March 19th, 2024. It's 10:14 a.m. Would the staff there at Boyles please introduce yourself for the record?
Unmuted.
Yes. They want the staff.
The staff. Would we have the staff introduce yourself?
Here. Lemoyne,
Good morning. I'm sorry, I didn't hear your name.
Lemoyne,
All right. Well, thanks for accommodating us this morning. We appreciate it. Is this Mr. Richard in front of us?
Yes,
yes, ma'am.
All right. And I believe, do we have by Zoom, Mr. Rochelle?
Yes, ma'am, that's me.
All right. Just stand by, sir. I'm gonna get to you in just a moment when we do, after we do the preliminaries. Mr. Lance, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
Lance Kelly, Richard, 540294.
All right. And do you have a parole revocation question there in front of you?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I think we'll put one up on the screen for you to look at and tell us if that's you recognize that form? Oops. Stand by. We're trying to get to it.
Okay.
It flashed away. Okay, there you go. Is that your signature at the bottom of that page, Mr. Richard, dated January 19th of this year?
Yes, ma'am.
And so according to that information, you're not eligible for appointed counsel. You ready to proceed this morning?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you're accused of violating the conditions of your parole. I'll read the allegations against you. And then you'll enter a plea of guilty or not guilty. And then we have your parole officer who's here with us. We'll ask for their input. And then Mrs. Ledoux will be asking you some questions based on assigned department. You ready?
Yes, ma'am.
You're accused of violating the conditions of parole, specifically condition number 2. It states you failed to report for a Boyles Parish report day on a consistent basis in which you were directed to report on the first Tuesday of each month. How do you plead to violating condition number 2?
Not guilty.
Okay. Condition number 4, you have not complied with this condition of your parole, which is evident by your arrest on October 6, 2023 by the Boyles Parish Sheriff's Office for the alleged offense of domestic abuse, battery, and domestic abuse, child endangerment, thereby engaging in criminal activity. You pled guilty to 2 counts of simple battery, which were misdemeanors, on December 12th, 2023 in the 12th JDC, where you were sentenced and given credit for time served. How do you plead to violating condition number 4?
Not guilty.
And then we have condition number 10. You have failed to maintain your monetary obligation ordered by the state, in which you have only made one payment on October 1st, 2022. You're currently $908 in arrears and supervision fees. How do you plead to violating condition number 10?
Guilty.
All right, and we have Mr. Drake, Rochelle. We'd like to hear your input, sir. Is there anything you'd like to say to us?
Just due to the seriousness of the charges and probable cause being found at the preliminary hearing, if you're asking for a recommendation, it would be revocation.
Okay, we appreciate you taking the time to visit with us this morning. I'm going to turn it over to Mrs. Ledoux.
Mr. Richard, thank you. I'd like for you to answer these questions honestly. So you were released in August of 22, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any previous technical violations before you were arrested in October?
No, ma'am.
You didn't have a technical violation of drug use?
Technical violation of drug use? No,
Right.
ma'am, I did not.
Yes, ma'am. On September 29th of 2023, marijuana was found in his residence by Agent Lyons that was supervising him at the time.
Yeah,
Um,
thought I read that.
yes,
So
ma'am.
you did have a technical, was he,
Well, I wasn't notified that it was a technical. I was told, he flushed it down the toilet and told me that there's not really much he can do about that. And he left.
okay.
Drug test man left.
So what is the charge that you're serving time on? What is the sentence related to?
Okay, so I was originally arrested for domestic abuse, battery, and child endangerment, which that
Wait,
wasn't even.
excuse me. I'm talking about you're on
Oh,
parole, possession of meth, correct?
no, ma'am. Possession of alzolipram, which is Xanax.
Okay, I have possession. So is this Erica Mitchell, what relationship is she to you?
She's my wife. We're married.
Okay,
She's
so
a now, yeah.
got married while you've been on probation or parole rather.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
went to Vegas and got married.
We got married September 10th of last year.
Okay. And so how long have you been in a relationship with her?
Since August of 22.
Okay.
Since I was released, me and her have been together.
Okay.
And we
Seems
have
like-
a good relationship. For the record, we have a good relationship. This is just a big misunderstanding. And I mean, it's.
Can you explain to me how you have, she has marks on her from this misunderstanding?
Ma'am, those marks were not for me. I do construction. I'm self-employed, and she comes and help me work, and she gets marks from carrying a ladder, and it's construction work. It's hard labor, and it's most definitely not for me. And she made that clear to the officer that it was not from me.
Okay, so have you ever been incarcerated in DOC custody with programming?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you have you received anger management and
Yes, ma'am.
pre-release?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Right before I was released in August of 22.
Okay. So you pled guilty to the charges. Is that correct? Why did you plead guilty if there wasn't any?
Because my lawyer told me that misdemeanors would not violate my parole, and it'd be best to appease the court to just plead guilty and get it out the way. And that's why I did it.
We need to do some education then, because you signed your parole conditions of parole, and they clearly state no violence. Whether it happened, you pled guilty to that, correct?
Yes, ma'am. I pled guilty just to appease the court. Not because I put my hands on my wife, because I most definitely did not. I love with all my heart. I do.
Okay, so you said, are you still working for yourself when you get out? Will you go back and work for yourself?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Construction. Yes, I do construction for myself. Been doing it 20 years.
Okay. I'm going to ask my colleagues if they would like to ask some questions. Mr. Reddy, do you have any questions?
I have no questions. So where you mentioned, where is your wife today?
She's at home.
Did she know you were coming up before the parole board today?
Yes, ma'am.
I wonder why she's not here joining us.
I didn't. She didn't know that she was able to be here, because she most definitely would have been here.
Okay. Anything you'd like to say to us before we vote?
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to say that like I said, me and my wife have a good relationship, and I love her children just like mine. She helps me raise my children, and regardless of y'all revoke me or not, I'm still going home to my wife. So, and what I want to say is that we don't have a violent relationship. Every couple argues. Every couple argues from time to time. we don't put our hands on each other. We walk away and cool off, and then we come back and talk about it. And that's all that happened that day. Yes, I did. She was on the phone with her friend, and I slipped the phone out of her hand, and I broke the phone. I cracked the phone on the mirror stand, and I walked outside, and we were arguing outside, and that's when the police came. And I most definitely didn't put my hands on her, and she didn't put her hands on me. And
Would you have handled that differently?
yes, ma'am, I should have handled it differently. I should have
But
just.
how would you have?
How would I have?
If it happened today and you were that angry, what would you do?
If it happened today and I were that angry, I would just have walked away and not broke the phone.
All right, your defense, the day.
Let me ask one more question, if you don't mind. Mr. Richard,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm reviewing your risk assessment, and it seems like you've had some issues with drugs. So have you ever had significant programming that would help you in that area? Because I know that you have been doing drugs since you've been on parole, evidence.
Yes, ma'am. Marijuana is
It's an illegal drug in the state of Louisiana.
yes, ma'am. But what I want to say is that it helps me, and it's not something that makes me angry or do things that I shouldn't do. And you're right, it's illegal. And I know once I go back home, I will definitely be getting back into NA and AA programs. Most definitely, because I went all the times that I went, I did good, and I stayed away from everything. And then in September, when we got married, I used again that afternoon, and I kind of started using marijuana again after that. And before that, I was going to NA every week, and I stayed sober.
So does your wife smoke with you? So, I mean, it makes it
No, ma'am.
okay. See? No.
No, honestly, we were arguing because she flushed it down the toilet, and she was telling her friend that he's still using, and I pulled the phone out of her hand and I broke the phone.
So we need to address this issue.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
you think NA is going to be the answer?
Most definitely. When I'm out there and I have a sponsor and I go every week, I stay sober.
Okay. So would you, are you going to comply if I ask for enhanced drug testing for you?
Most definitely. Yes, ma'am. I'll comply.
Okay, so today my vote is going to be to do not revoke, but I'm going to ask for every other week drug testing, and that you get involved in the NA program.
Yes, ma'am. Most definitely will.
Mr. Freeman?
My vote is gonna be the same, except I want exactly 3 AAA meetings a week. And I agree with Mr. Ledoux's other recommendation.
Mr. Richard, I do agree. My vote is do not revoke. Submit to the enhanced drug testing and the 3 AA or NA meetings each week. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank y'all.
Congratulations, bro. Great.
Yeah,
Yeah,
definitely gonna make it.
You ain't gonna, I was looking at that door like, why is this dude saying this? Yeah.
What?
Huh?
Well, I'm not saying about the drugs. No,
Yeah.
you gotta tell them that you're gonna get help out there,
Yeah.
because they want to get you help in here. Need help out there.
My charges got dismissed. You tapped out and you pled guilty. I'm pleading not guilty.
Yeah, it's yours, whatever.
All right, good morning. Committee on Parole, we are reconvening at 10:32 a.m. It is Tuesday, March 19th, 2024. We're at the Boyles Correctional Center. Is there any staff in the room with you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Would the staff please introduce yourself for the record?
Lemoyne.
Oh, okay, yeah. Thank you. All right, sir, and would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name.
Good morning. I'm Brent Allen Kern, 538-568.
Okay, stand by. I gotta get your record. Yes, Mr. Kern, let's see. This is you, Mr. Freeman.
That's me?
Mhm.
Oh, Bill, Mr. Kern.
Yeah, stand by. We had another name. Let's get you. All right, Mr. Kern, do you have a parole revocation questionnaire there with you?
No, ma'am.
All right, we're gonna put it up on the screen for you, sir. Do you recognize that form?
Yes, ma'am.
That's your signature at the bottom of that page, dated January 30th of this year.
Yes, ma'am.
Right, so based on that information, you're not eligible for appointed counsel this morning. So are you ready to proceed?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm going to read the allegations against you, after which you'll enter a plea of guilty or not guilty. And then we'll have a conversation. Your case has been assigned to Mr. Freeman, so he'll take the lead on the parole interview. I'm trying to get to the right form. Okay, it's under A.
That's under A?
Yeah,
Okay.
so the question is, so you're accused of violating the conditions of your parole, Mr. Kern, specifically condition number 4. And it states that you committed the offense of domestic abuse battery with child endangerment, which is a felony, which led to your arrest September 28, 2023 by Beauregard Parish Sheriff's Office. These charges were pled down to disturbing the peace, and you pled guilty to disturbing the peace on December 20th, 2023. On January 29th, 2024, the court allowed the guilty plea of disturbing the peace on 2020-23 to be withdrawn, and the charge was dismissed. So how do you plead to violating condition number 4?
Not guilty.
Okay, and then we have condition number 10, which states you have arrearages of $882 in supervision fees. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Okay, so would you answer Mr. Freeman's questions, please? First, let me acknowledge that we do have your mother, Ms. Kate Kern, who's on Zoom, and we'll ask for her comments at the appropriate time.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, Mr. Kern, tell me what happened, that day. Tell me what went on between you and, Maitland?
Madeline.
Madeline, okay, and, her mother was there, or your mother was there?
My
And
mother.
your mother, okay. So tell me what happened, what went on?
Well, it started, we were in the kitchen at my mother's house, and it was just a little family argument, just a little dispute, nothing major, just a little misunderstanding. And she asked me to leave, and I refused. I said, no, I'm not gonna leave. And she just kind of, she kind of came at me, and I just put my hands up like this. It was like, calm down, chill out, we all just need to take a breath. And I went upstairs and took a shower. When I came out, 2 deputies were there. They handcuffed me, put me in the unit outside for about 30 minutes, took me to jail, said that they would take a statement, but they never took a statement from me. They just booked me in, and that was it. I've been here since.
You and Madeline still in a relationship?
No, that was my niece. That
was
is a family member.
Okay, do you still see her
Um,
talking?
I don't, I mean, I would if I was home. I mean, I don't see her.
Hadn't talked to her since you've been in jail.
I've talked to her once. Yeah, I've talked to her. We have spoke.
Okay, and neither her or your mother, are they here today?
My mother is, I believe.
Okay. She's gonna testify on your behalf?
From my understanding.
And in this fight, did you throw things?
No, there was a cup thrown, but that was, I didn't throw the cup. The cup was thrown at me. And that's, I mean, it was just a cup. That's where the child endangerment came in, I believe. But I don't know why they say I threw it. But I mean, I'm gonna say this. The arresting officer, I believe, was Deputy Trey James. Okay, he's got it out for me. That sheriff's department, there's certain officers there from my past drug usage, and I would wheel and deal with drugs in the past. That's why they have it out for me.
Okay,
I never gave a statement on this. I was never any of that. I mean, they told me at the sheriff's department I would be allowed to give my side of the story. I would be allowed to give a statement. I was never given that opportunity.
You have the opportunity today. So your statement is that you did not throw a cup.
I did not hit Madeline. And I'm pretty sure I didn't throw a cup.
Okay. Yeah, you say your hand may have traveled to her face when you were pushing her off.
Who said that?
That's what you said.
When did I say that?
Madeline threw a jar. Kern said that he pushed Madeline off him. I asked him how he pushed her, and he demonstrated with both his hands. Kern said that one of his hands might have hit Madeline in the face. Y'all went back to court yesterday, and you have no pending charges.
No, sir. I have no charges.
Okay, I'm not asking that. So you're saying you didn't hit her in the face, and
no, sir, I didn't hit her in the face.
Then you didn't throw a jar.
No, sir.
Admin threw the jar. Cases. Okay, you got a temper problem?
Yeah, I'm probably not a bad one, but I do have I got a little temper, but I'm not a violent person. I don't hit people. I don't swing at people. I don't hit the opposite sex of the human race or none of that.
Okay, and I'm gonna ask you this the last time. Did you throw a baby jar?
No, sir. I did not throw a baby jar.
Okay, then if your mother said that, she was lying.
I mean, I didn't throw a baby jar. I'm not gonna call anybody a liar, but I will tell you I did not throw a baby jar, sir.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Questions?
How long have you been incarcerated on this incident?
5.5 months.
I'm reviewing your file and I'm seeing something here that I'm not sure I understand. In 9/2023, did you receive a okay, that's this instant charge. When did this incident occur? It was in September.
Yes, ma'am. September of 23.
Okay.
I've been here ever since.
File, it sounds like you might have an anger problem.
Yes, ma'am.
And it might be that you need some help for that. Have you ever been incarcerated within Department of Corrections and gone through any programming?
Yes, ma'am. I've taken the anger management program. And let's see, the Quincy, so Southwest Louisiana the work release in DeQuincy and the one in West Feliciana. All they did was give you a pamphlet, tell you to fill it out. I think I also did it at Catahoula Parish too. You fill out the pamphlet, give it back to the lady. But as far as taking a class and sitting there and actually a learning experience, no ma'am.
Okay. I have no other questions at this time.
You mentioned that you don't, hurt others. You know, you acknowledge you have an anger issue.
Yes, ma'am.
You don't hurt others.
I'm
But
not.
you seem to have a history of tearing things up, destroying things. Would you say that's an accurate statement?
Yes, ma'am, like cell phones. Cell phones, I break a lot of cell phones.
In anger?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I don't see that we have any other questions. We'd like to hear from your mother, Mrs. K. Kern. Ma'am, we'd like to hear from you.
You're on mute. You're muted, ma'am. I can't hear you.
There we go. That better?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, I did send in a statement, just stating that it was just basically a family dispute. My granddaughter and her daughter, my great granddaughter, had to move into our home, back into our home in July of 2023 because she was being abused. And so, she kind of likes to run things and she's very mouthy and doesn't understand that you can't just provoke things. And she got involved in a conversation that didn't even involve her. And things just went south. I was sitting at the bar in my kitchen feeding my great granddaughter, and I had my back turned. I did hear a baby food jar fly across the room. It didn't come anywhere close to hitting any of us, but I don't know. She said she didn't throw it. I don't know. I guess it just flew through the air on its own. I'm not sure, but I did not see anything at that point. It was a very heated conversation. She tends to get people pretty wound up. Sometimes I have to put 2 locked doors between the 2 of us. But yeah, I just hope that this is not going to cost him another 4 or 5 years of incarceration, because it was a very heated, family dispute. That's all it was. And of course, with his background and being on parole, he's going to take took the heat for it. And he's been in there pretty much close to 6 months. Now, she did a statement too, or so she said she did, because she's regretting the whole deal. And we did tell her, you can either participate or send a statement. She said she sent a statement. I have not seen it. And she couldn't participate because she works at a CPA office in Moss Bluff, and it's tax time and it's crazy busy.
Does she still live in your household?
She does. She's looking for a place. She wants to get moved back to Lake Charles because she works down there and the baby goes to daycare there. And so she's looking for a place, but we had to temporarily move her back home. So.
Okay. Well, thank you, ma'am. We appreciate your participation and your remarks this morning.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Kern, is there anything you'd like to say to us before we vote?
Yes, ma'am. I just would like to say that, if I were to be released or reinstated, that if I would seek further help on anger management, if that's available, I would be willing to take classes or the mental health, maybe anything, whatever. Anything I could do that, would help, I would be willing to do such thing.
All right. Thank you, sir. Here we go.
I asked for executive session.
We have a motion for executive session.
Second that.
Can you do a roll call, please?
Roll call, Cheryl Renassa,
Yes.
Pete Freeman,
Yes.
Jerry Ledoux,
Yes.
Mr. Kern, we're going to be in executive session for a few moments to discuss confidential matters. We'll be right back. Just stand by.
Yes, ma'am.
Mhm.
All right, Mr. Kern, we're back in regular session and we are prepared to vote, and Mr. Freeman will be voting first.
Okay, Mr. Kern, in my opinion, you do have a severe mental, problem, not a severe mental problem. You have an anger problem.
Yes, sir.
You're flying off the handle pretty quick. But, today we're gonna give you a chance. We're gonna give you 6 months in the Steve Hall program, where they will give you your anger management and drug treatment. 2, while you're there, and then after the end of the 6 months, if you complete the program satisfactorily, you'll be released. On release, your special conditions will be to stay away from the victim as much as possible. Hopefully she'll have moved out of your mother's house by then. And I want a curfew of 9 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Okay, Mrs. Ledoux.
Mr. Kern, we are to be concerned about public safety, but my also concern is to have an offender go back into society better than when they went in. And so I am going to concur with Mr. Freeman. I would like to send you directly to the Steve Boyle program for some substance abuse and anger management programming. And then I would like for you to have minimal contact with your victim, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So revocation, that's my vote.
All right, Mr. Kern, I do agree. In lieu of revocation, you're going to go to the Steve Boyle program. I'm sure you've heard of it and are familiar with it, and that's to get you some more substance abuse treatment along with anger management. And then after release, you're to have no contact, or well, limited contact with Madeline Kern, and then you'll have a curfew from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. Got it?
Ma'am.
You understand all that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you'll be transferred as soon as possible. Good luck to you, Mr. Kern.
Thank you.
That concludes our business at AVOYELLES, so we're going to sign off at 10:54. Thanks for helping us out today.
Fucking Shreveport, Plains, y'all done been there before, man. This place is a fucking joke. 6 months and no charges.
All right, good morning. Committee on Parole is reconvening. We're at East Baton Rouge Parish Prison. It is March 19th, 2024, and it is 11:05 a.m. Would the staff at EBR please introduce yourself for the record?
Yes, ma'am. Sergeant Mayberry, Central Booking.
Right, and this is Mr. Banks. Is that you?
Ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yourself, tell us your name and DOC number, please, sir.
My name is Wade Jermaine Banks. My DOC number is 477-704.
All right, Mr. Banks, do you have a parole application questionnaire there in front of you?
Yes, ma'am.
That's your signature at the bottom of that page dated February 1st of this year?
Ma'am.
Okay, good. That's the one I have. I just wanted to be sure that's your signature and you answered those questions. According to the answers to those questions, you're not eligible today for counsel. So you're ready to proceed with your parole revocation hearing?
Ma'am.
I'll read the allegations against you, Mr. Banks, after which you'll enter a plea guilty, not guilty, and then we'll have a conversation about it. Okay? Ready?
Ma'am.
You were accused of violating condition number 4, and that states that you were engaged in criminal activity by your arrest on or about December 27, 2023 by the Baton Rouge Police Department for the offense of domestic abuse battery. You dealt with simple assault, a city court docket that was later dismissed on or about January 25th, 2024. So how do you plead to violating condition number 4?
Not guilty.
And condition number 5, which states you're in possession of a firearm as documented by the arrest report by the Baton Rouge Police Department. How do you plead to violate condition number 5?
Not guilty.
I'm sorry, what did you say, sir?
Ma'am, not guilty.
And I'm getting some background noise.
Yeah, perfect.
Oh, much better. Thank you very much. And then we have condition number 10. You failed to make supervisory payments to the Office of Probation and Parole, and you're currently $630 in arrears. How do you plead to number 10?
Guilty.
All right, sir. Mr. Banks, your case has been assigned to me, so I'll interview. I want you to tell us, I've reviewed the record. The record's been made available to all of us, so you tell us what happened. You pled not guilty to the domestic abuse scene. What happened that day?
That was the day we had something going on at our house, me and my wife, and we just got into like a little verbal argument, and things just went kind of left with me and my wife, and we were just arguing. We was arguing about the kids.
Well, so why'd you get arrested if that's all that happened?
I don't even know. I mean, but my wife, she had wrote a statement on her. My wife had wrote a statement on her end. It's supposed to be on my file.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
See, my wife had wrote a statement on her end to let to say what was going on. Cause I mean, I don't see how I was came to get locked up because it was just a verbal argument.
You break the microwave? Did you break the microwave?
Ma'am?
Did you break the microwave?
Oh no, ma'am. It was when I was put on getting my belongings. The microwave was right there, and my bag just hit it.
So y'all were breaking up?
Oh no, ma'am. Oh, we married.
Yeah. Why were you getting your belongings?
I mean, just so I could just go down to my mama's house and just chill for a minute. Just to let things blow over, because we had gotten to a heated argument.
You're still married to
Cornell.
Wandella is her name?
Yes, ma'am.
Still married?
Yes, ma'am. She's supposed to have been on the,
She called in earlier, but couldn't get back in touch with her to try to tell her it's time. She did check in earlier this morning, indicated she wanted to speak, but we're not able to reach her now. So did you take her firearm?
oh, no, ma'am. That what they were saying, but that what she wrote the statement on, because when my belongings were packed already, it was already in there. So by the time when she was telling, when she called and told me it was there, I was already at my mom's house.
Well,
But
but
I didn't have knowledge that it was in my.
report indicates that you said you took it for safety.
Oh, no, ma'am.
Why'd you tell the police that?
I didn't tell the police that.
They found it in your pocket of your jacket.
I didn't even get.
And they contacted you again and they said that you stated you removed the gun from the bedroom for the safety of yourself and you didn't want her to get a hold of it.
Oh, no, ma'am. Because, that's the case. He would have charged me. If I'd have had the gun in my possession, I would have had a charge because I was a convicted felon.
Well, the fact that it was in the house is problematic. Period. And yeah, and then I see another Cameron Parish incident in 2021 that involved a firearm. And that's what you're doing time for now, isn't it?
No, ma'am, that's still open.
Possession of
my parole officer, my parole officer had locked me up for it. And I had to go down there and make bond.
no, what I mean was, why are you on supervision in the first place?
For parole?
Yeah.
For possession of cocaine and a possession of a firearm.
That's what I was getting at. I see that was a problem for you earlier. Why do you think your wife's not here today?
No, she was trying to. We got, we had kids. She probably had went,
Yeah.
took them to school and stuff. And guys,
what were y'all arguing over?
the kids' toys.
Kids' toys. Well, look what happened to you. What about
it was really over.
Were you arguing over the rental car?
Huh?
There's some in reference to a rental car. You were arguing over a car?
For the kids?
No, it didn't say anything about the kids. You were arguing over a rental vehicle. You don't remember that? You wanting to use the rental vehicle because your regular vehicle was in the shop.
Oh, just for the to move the toys. She's saying that they was too young for a gas moped, and she was thinking that they were gonna hurt themselves on a gas moped. So I was just gonna take them and bring them with me, cause I know how my kids is. They was gonna get on and ride, and she was gonna get even worse. She was gonna get mad at her about it. She wanted them with electric, but I rather the little small gas moped for them. We was already struggling with bills. So we'd have got the electric one, the light bill probably would have went up even higher, trying to keep them charged.
That's true. Why were you behind on your fees?
I didn't have the job that we was at the rubber plant. I was there for a little minute and something happened at the job and they laid us off from there. Well, the dude got his hand stuck in the mill machine and they laid us off from there. I had my parole officer, he already knew about that because it was one of his clients too. And I got kind of laid off on that end and me trying to take care of them and bills, I was gonna pay it off on tax though. I mean, I was gonna catch up on tax when tax season came.
When
But
you
I
got
mean,
your tax.
but I wound up in here.
Sure wish your wife. Okay.
Man,
I sure wish your wife was here today that I could speak with Miss Kawandala.
she wrote a statement. She wrote a statement when they came and seen me, my parole officer.
I don't see that.
Yeah, she wrote a statement to
I don't see. You have any questions? How long you
Hey,
been?
was that gun, so it was located, it was supposed to be located in the top of her closet?
yeah,
Is
but
that
she had
where it's usually kept?
yeah, but she had the jacket on that day when it was in the jacket box. Cause we were sharing a jacket.
Okay, okay. I'm just asking, it's normally in the top of the closet.
Yeah.
Didn't the officer tell you you're supposed to be not where you could get a gun? I mean, if they got a gun, it should be locked up or brought to a father's house. They never told you that?
No, sir.
Because that gun's in the own bedroom that you sleeping in. It's not like it's not accessible to you.
No, but I mean, she had the gun. That's why she had wrote the statement.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Banks, anything you want, didn't have any questions, Mrs. Ledoux? Is there any statement you'd like to make to us before we vote?
Yes, ma'am. I was looking at for my hearing. I even got a revocation hearing for the same thing too, for my probation.
Right, you do have a sentence. And that's set for April. Right, that's set for April.
Yeah, I was trying to see like how can I was gonna be on probation and parole if it was for the same thing.
Well, that's what the judge sentenced you to. I have no control over that. Anything else you want to say to us about the allegations of violating your parole?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right, Mr. Banks. I'm struggling with the firearm. You're doing time for possession of a firearm. You're a third offender. There's a previous warrant in Cameron Parish in 2021 for possession of a firearm. You did, and today you admitted you had, there was a firearm in the residence. It was located in the bedroom where you sleep. And you did in your statement to police say you took it from her for protection. My vote today, based on those circumstances, is to revoke your parole. Mrs. Ledoux.
My vote is to revoke based on the a felon having a firearm under parole.
Mr. Freeman.
I concur.
All right, Mr. Banks, today your parole's being revoked. You'll have the opportunity to reapply when you're eligible to do so. We'll send you information on how to do that.
What did she say?
Oh, being revoked.
Let me get that girl. I'll let you know. They gonna send me something. It's right here. Yeah, I'm ready for flowers.
All right,
Didn't
good
realize.
morning. Ms. Flowers, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
Good morning, how are you doing? My name is LATRESE Flowers. My DOC number is 4611097.
Ms. Flowers, do you have a parole revocation questionnaire there with you?
Yes, ma'am.
That's your signature at the bottom of that page dated January 30th of this year.
Yes, ma'am.
Good. And based on that information, you're not eligible this morning for appointed counsel. So are you ready to proceed?
Yes, ma'am.
So we're here for a revocation decision today. I'm going to read the allegations against you, after which you'll enter a plea of guilty or not guilty, and then we'll have a conversation about what happened.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So Ms. Flowers, you're accused of violating the conditions of your parole, specifically condition number 4, which says you must not engage in any behavior that constitutes a violation of any criminal law, any unit of government. You must not engage in assaultive, abusive, threatening, or intimidated behavior. You must not use or possess controlled substances or drug paraphernalia, or be with anyone you know to possess these items. You are in violation of this condition as evidenced by the fact that you were arrested on December 19th, 2023 and charged with domestic abuse battery. The bail was set at $7,500 with conditions that you have no contact with the victim, and a protective order was signed on December 21st, 2023. The charge of domestic abuse battery was no billed on January 17, 2024. So, Ms. Flowers, how do you plead to violating condition number 4?
Well, I didn't do anything, so I guess I'm not guilty.
So tell us what happened. I need a plea of guilty or not.
You want me to tell you what happened?
Well, first I need you to enter a plea of guilty or not.
No, not guilty.
Okay, now tell us what happened.
Okay, on that day, my ex, he asked can he come over to speak on our relationship. But I told that I was at work at the time, and I told him he can come when I get off. Okay, he called and told me he was outside, and I opened the door for him, but I went back upstairs. Didn't know he was intoxicated or whatever until he came in or whatever. And I told him, I said, well, look, we're gonna talk about this later, you know, and I asked him to leave. But he wanted to speak on, you know, continue to speak on it or whatever. But I asked him to leave. I said, well, if you don't leave, I'm gonna call the police or whatever. So I guess he thought I didn't call the police. I guess he thought I was playing when I said I was calling the police, but I called the police or whatever. And the police came out, but as they called, as I was putting them out of my home, the police called and asked where my apartment was. They couldn't find my apartment or whatever. And when I answered the phone to let them know where I was at, I was leading him out of my apartment, but he had lifted his elbow up and hit me in my lip or whatever. And my reaction, I had a reaction. I had his hair.
So it started at work, right?
No, ma'am. He called and asked, can we talk about our getting back together? Yes, ma'am. And I told him that I would talk to him, but when I got off, but he didn't. Yes, ma'am.
So why did you call the police?
Because when he got there, I didn't know he was intoxicated. I just unlocked my door and I came back upstairs. Because I have like a townhouse. So I just unlocked the door and went back upstairs. But when he came in or whatever, he used the restroom and then come into the room. And that's when I knew he was, you know, intoxicated when he came in the room, because he like opened the door like, and it made a noise, like, you know, he like opened it, you know, and I was like, what's wrong with you? And, you know, when he started talking, that's how I knew he was intoxicated. So I told him we'll talk about it tomorrow another time, because, you know what I'm saying, I mean, I wouldn't have got nothing through him, you know, being intoxicated, you know. So I just asked him to leave, and he didn't want to leave. He just wanted to, you know, continue. I asked him that I told him I was gonna call the police if he didn't. And so
And so-
that's how the police got involved. But if I knew I was gonna be arrested, I would never call the police.
Do you
I
think
just
he
called.
eventually left?
Ma'am,
He have eventually left?
I feel he probably would have, you know what I'm saying? But I called because, you know what I'm saying, I wanted him to leave. I had to go to work the next morning. I didn't want to argue, you know?
Were you afraid of him?
No, ma'am. I just wanted him to leave, you know. You know, I've been in a relationship with him for a while, and when he's intoxicated, he seems to go on and on or whatever. So I didn't want to hear that. You know what I'm saying? I just wanted to go to bed to go to work the next morning. And when the police came out, they asked me, did I want to press charges or anything? I told them, no, sir. I just want to go to sleep so I can go to work in the morning.
And his name is Christopher Kane.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you still in a relationship with him?
No, ma'am. We was broken up like 45 days, you know, into, you know, because of the alcoholism. I was, you know, I don't drink, you know, and I feel like I put up with it long enough, and I just didn't. I don't want the relationship no more. And I've been here 30 days or whatever, you know what I'm saying? And this has really opened my eyes on the relationship, and really, you know, and I since I've been home in 2019, I've been through a lot already. I done lost a son in 2021. My son was murdered. I've been homeless. You know, and just when I was getting to, you know, I can say, you know, at ease with myself, you know what I'm saying, and on my feet, and
Yep.
this happened.
Where were you working?
At Circle K.
Circle K near your
Yes.
home?
Yes, ma'am, on Government Street. And my boss, they told me they'd hold my job for me.
How long you been in jail?
I've been here since 90 days, since December the 19th.
Right, okay, I do see that, December 19th.
And I done been through a lot. I done stayed in hotels, and I always call my parole officer, let him know where I was and everything, you know. Mr. Linton, he'll let you know I called. If I had to leave out the hotel to stay with a family member, I called.
I see that in the record where you were trying to let them know everything that was
I
going
let them know everything. I have my son, like I said, he passed away in 2021. I mean 2021, and he left me grandbabies, and I just been home to try to help take care of my grandbabies. I have 7 grandbabies.
Where they at?
They with their mother.
Your son had children?
Yeah, he had 4.
And they're with their mother?
Yes, ma'am. But I try to help out. They love me. I love my grandkids.
Sure you do. But you know, you got to take care of you first.
Yes, ma'am.
Now,
and I
this
just saw back.
Shows that you became kind of aggressive, although both of you ended up with busted lips, no major injuries, but you were the one that became aggressive because you were mad at him because he came to talk to you about having a baby with somebody else, another female.
Oh, no, ma'am, that wasn't the reason why we was into it. No, ma'am. I wasn't even aggressive. I wasn't aggressive. When his elbow came up and hit me in my lip, when he realized I was actually talking to the police, because he thought I didn't call the police. But when he heard the police call me and asked me, where your apartment? I was at my door, opening the door to put him out. But when he lifted his arm, I had a reflex. I wasn't aggressive towards it.
All right, ma'am. Have any questions? Anything else you want to say to us before we make a decision?
Man, I just wanna go home and please give me another try.
Where is home?
3225 Victoria Drive, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, 70805, apartment 4026.
Has someone else been staying in that apartment while you're there?
My son,
He's taking care of all that for you?
he just been keeping, you know, my daughter been helping, keep everything going since I've been here.
Well, Ms. Flowers, I'm sorry to hear about the loss of your 21.
Thank you.
And you do not have a relationship with Mr. Kane at this time?
No, ma'am.
I tell you what, Miss Kane, Miss Flowers, I want to help you out.
Thank you so much.
You know, and it's unfortunate you got in this situation where you were just starting to figure things out and get on your feet. You had a job, you had a place to stay. My vote's going to be do not revoke, return to supervision. You got a long time. You'll be on supervision a long time. But listen, I want to add a condition, and you can work this with your parole officer in your free time. I want you to take some anger management classes. You'll need to brush up. Right. I don't know what your work hours are, but I'm going to do a curfew unless you're at work, 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. unless you're at work or at church.
No problem. I don't go anyway.
Okay. Mrs. Ledoux.
Ms. Flowers, because I find that both of you were the aggressor in this situation, I'm going to show some leniency as well. The fact that you have been compliant since 2019, and this was the first time that something's come up, even though it was a bad situation. I see you making progress, and I want you to continue. You've got a lot to live for, so my vote is not revoke. But
thank you so much.
I concur with you. Mr. Freeman.
Okay, Ms. Flowers, as Ms. Ledoux stated, y'all both were the aggressors, and it was an argument. Both of you agree that there was an argument. But I too have looked at your probation and parole record, and you had a good record. You definitely were staying in contact with your officer, trying to tell him every move. So I'm also inclined to give you another chance with the
Thank
same.
you.
All right, Miss Flowers, good luck to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. When I come home?
Probably tomorrow.
As soon as we get your birthday.
No, maybe tomorrow.
We'll talk about it.
Yeah.
Thank y'all so much.
Sit tight and say your prayers.
Oh, Lord.
I'll get that to sign.
Okay,
Y'all make sure you.
Oh, that concludes our business at East Baton Rouge. We're going to sign off at 11:40. Thanks for coming.
Thank y'all so much. Thank y'all so much. Oh, thank you. I go home today.
They gotta send me paperwork.
CADDO, can you turn your camera on, please? Jefferson, can you turn your camera on? Jefferson Correctional Facility, we're ready for Jefferson.
Sir.
For some reason, it's a big as it right now. They might have to make it big on this side.
No sé qué sí.
Because this was.
Good morning, good afternoon. We're gonna go with David DUPRE first. All right.
Can you see us?
Let's see something. I had that picture bigger last time. I don't know why. I don't know why it won't go bigger.
Click it, press it.
Maybe they gotta do it. I'll just wait. Cause I don't remember this staying on the screen before.
It was doing something.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Usually it's the whole screen. It's gonna be when they come back, they're gonna ask you if you got this with you. think I got lost. There you go.
All right, is it still, no, it's still good morning. Committee on Parole is reconvening. We're at Jefferson Parish Detention Center. Is 11:50 a.m. on March the 19th, 2024. Would you introduce yourself for the record?
Good afternoon, Deputy Marlboro, Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Deputy Marlboro, for accommodating us today. We appreciate it. And so our first case is Mr. DUPRE. We're ready for him.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Mr. DUPRE. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your DOC number.
David DUPRE, 437-808.
Yes, sir, Mr. DUPRE. And do you have a parole revocation questionnaire there with you? Is there
Yes,
any
ma'am.
paperwork? Is that your signature at the bottom of that page on December 21st of 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
So according to that information, Mr. DUPRE, you're not eligible for appointed counsel. You ready to proceed with the revocation hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. So I'll read the allegations against you, after which you'll enter a plea of guilty or not guilty, and then we'll have a conversation about it, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So you're accused, Mr. DUPRE, of violating the conditions of your parole, specifically condition number 4. On March 31st, 2023, you were charged with domestic abuse, battery, strangulation, and felony cruelty to a juvenile by Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office. On May 11th, 2023, you deferred your hearings. On November 30th, 2023, an amended bill was filed changing the charge to simple battery, to which you pled guilty and were ordered to have no contact with the victim in this matter unless given permission by a DCFS civil court judge. You received 6 months in the parish prison. How do you plead to violating condition number 4?
Well, I pleaded out to that.
I'm talking specifically just about your conditions of parole. Do you plead guilty or not guilty to violating condition number 4 of your supervision condition?
Not guilty.
Right. And lastly, condition number 10, you're $378 behind on your monthly supervision fee. How do you plead?
Not guilty.
Okay, so let's talk about condition number 4. You were going to talk to us about that. Tell us, you pled guilty to simple battery, but you pled not guilty to violating your conditions. Tell us about it.
Well, I didn't have nothing to do with that. My daughter sent in a paperwork saying that she had lied about the situation, and my daughter was never supposed to be taken out of our custody because they said she had broken ribs and fractured fingers. So once the people put her into a different family, and she wound up telling the truth that didn't happen, they wind up wanted to bring her back. But we've been trying to get help for our daughter since she's been getting in trouble. She's been breaking into houses and everything. And I told her I was about to put her in a young Marine program, and this when all this stuff took place. But we had all kinds of documents and all that stuff.
All right. So Mr. DUPRE, you're saying none of that happened, but in the police report, you admit to striking your daughter with the belt 3 times.
Yes,
and it says she tried to hit you with a vase, and then she did sustain injury. She had a fractured finger, broken ribs, and strangulation marks, and this was confirmed by medical records.
Yeah, no, none of that never happened. They showed all that in the court.
Well, how does the medical records? The medical records are not true?
Yeah, ma'am, she went to school that day. She has a counselor at school. This took place way after she got out of school. She had a counselor that she could have reported this to. She had a friend of hers come pick her up from school and bring her to the hospital. I did not strangle my daughter or nothing like that. She picked up a vase, tried to hit me with it the day she ran away because she had got in trouble at school for talking about having sex with a guy at school in the boys' bathroom.
So there was some argument over a pair of shoes.
Yeah, that was half of the part of it. That's a story she told y'all, but that's not the real story. She got in trouble for me and her mom because she was talking about having unapproved sex in school in a boys' bathroom when we had already took her tablet and her phone away from her being in the diversion program for breaking into people's houses. If I was going to strike my daughter, did anything harmful to her, she would have been getting in trouble. I never put my hands on none of my kids. Only reason why she got disciplined that day because she picked up a vase and ran at me talking about she was about to kill me and kill herself. I have 7 other kids. Yeah, I mean, I don't discipline my kids like that at all.
So did you strike her
If
with
anything happened to her after that, when she got out of school, that must have been something that whoever her and that person did that to her because I never strangled her not one time. And I had the rest of the kids at the house at the time when this stuff took place.
Right.
And if she had fractured fingers, she wouldn't even be able to write while she was at school. She went through a whole day of school. That's why I'm trying to tell the people that she lied. None of this stuff never happened. I don't understand how you can write a whole day of school. You participated in PE and everything, your dance class and everything, and then you go to a hospital after you get out of school and say that this happened to you. You had somebody pick you up from school, and the girl who you were trying to go stay with, and lie for you and say that this happened to you.
Now, Mr. DUPRE, I don't think medical records lie, and that's why I'm having trouble listening, hearing what you're saying. Your version is totally different than what the record says. So let's move on. How long have you been in jail?
I've been here a year, ma'am.
Been in jail a year. And
Yes,
where,
ma'am.
to your knowledge, where is Dazini? How do you pronounce it?
Design is DUPRE. She's in her 3rd foster care. The people have been trying to get me to take the classes to get my daughter back since like a month after this happened, way last year of April or May. But I couldn't take the classes. I had a court date today. They asked me last time I went to court, did I want to give my daughter back? We told them yes. So they wait for me to finish with this so I can start taking the classes to get her back home.
Who's waiting?
DCFS and the parenting classes.
Okay, and they don't have them there where you're at?
No, they don't have them. The judge at the juvenile place recommended that the visitations and stuff to start, but they didn't have them here. So the last time I went to court, they was asking me when I was going to be finished with this so I could start taking the parenting class so my daughter could get back, but I told them I had to go in front of the parole board.
And so you're, let's see, you backing up a lot of time, 2033, huh?
Yes, ma'am.
So at the time that this all took place, whatever happened, were you employed?
Yes, ma'am.
And you mentioned you have 7 children, 6 or 7?
I have 6 other children. I have 6 other kids besides her.
And you're the father of all those children?
Yes, ma'am, except the 19-year-old son.
So 6 of them are your children?
Yes, ma'am.
What are the age ranges of the 6 of your children?
23, 16, Design is 13, and I got a 11 and a 7 and an 8-month-old baby.
So where's the 19-year-old?
He stays with us.
So you have 23 and you
The
didn't mention,
23-year-old doesn't stay with us.
and 19 does?
Yes, ma'am.
19, 16, 13, 11, 7 in less than a year stay in your household, except
Yes,
for 13 right now, Designing.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Where's your wife today?
She's at court right now with the situations that's going on.
Explain that. Yeah, you just mentioned that they were continuing.
We had another court date today. We had another court date today for my wife. She was supposed to start bringing some paperwork so we can start taking the classes. She was out. We didn't take the classes because she was out due to having a baby at the time also, and she was having complications with the pregnancy, so she didn't ever start the classes at the time also. So she started her first class, which was yesterday. But we've been trying to get help for our daughter. That's why this procedure been going on so long with the court system, because we've been trying to give my daughter help. We've been trying to get her put on medicine since she was a kid. No one never wanted to give us any help. the schools, the diversion program when she got arrested, she been seeing a counselor. They ain't give us no help, but now they trying to give us some help now. She's supposed to be taking medicine, but she's not on medicine yet.
All right, I don't have any other questions on the part of my colleagues.
Mr. Dupree, have you used any drugs since you've been out?
No, sir.
You've been drug tested since you've been out?
Yes, sir.
And it's your claim that y'all had a little thing that morning, you did whip her with a belt.
Yes, sir.
Went to school, and then later that day, she went to the hospital with a broken finger and broken ribs?
It happened October 16th at 11 o'clock at night. She went to sleep, she ran away from home. I called the cops, I got her back home, and we went to talk about it. So that's when that place took occur with her picking up the vase running at me because she knows she was punished. But after that happened, I sat her down, talked to her, we talked. I told her I love her, I want the best for her. Then she went to school, she got up with her other sister, and they went to school. I didn't get a phone call till like 4 o'clock in the afternoon saying that my daughter's been taken out of our custody because she had broken ribs and fractured fingers. That was it. None of this stuff never happened.
So you think it happened at school?
She never had any broken ribs, that's the thing. Or fractured fingers, I don't know how that even must come about.
Okay. I have no further questions.
All right, is there anything you'd like to say to us to close it out for us?
Excuse me?
Is there anything you want to say to us before we make a decision?
I'm just begging that y'all show me mercy through y'all system because I couldn't get any help here. From the reports she told the people, she admitted that she lied, she was mad, and she was ashamed of what she did, and that I got all kinds of documents from here, even from all the recorded phone that she lied. We tried to present it to the DA. They said that she was being manipulated into saying this stuff, and when she wasn't at all.
So let me ask you this, Mr. Dupree, why did you plead to simple battery? If none of this happened, why did you make that deal?
Because they didn't want to give me no help. The DA said that my daughter's being bribed into saying this. And then after that, my wife was dealing with postpartum, and I had been in here this long, and then my lawyer was like, the judge don't believe in any kind of discipline at all. Even though I did hit her with the belt because she attacked me with the vase, he said she's not going to show me any kind of mercy. So he said that you probably have a better chance going in front of the parole board. So I said that's why I just take my chance dealing with the parole board because I had trials set twice and they kept sending me back.
Okay, Mr. Dupree, we got it. I'm gonna make a motion for executive session. Can you get a second?
I move.
We have a second. Could you do the roll call, please?
Cheryl Renata.
Yes.
Pete Freeman.
Yes.
Jerry.
Yes.
So we have a unanimous vote, Mr. Dupree. We're going to convene an executive session for a few moments to discuss confidential matters. Stand by. We'll be right back.
Okay.
Nope. They all stand by the window watching.
All right, Mr. DUPRE, we're back in regular session. And this is a very difficult case. You know, the things that you are telling us aren't really reflected in the record. And so what I'm going to vote first, and my vote and recommendation to my panelists is that we continue your case because I need more information. I'd like to hear from your wife. I understand you said she's taking care of some other family matters today, but we'd like to ask your parole officer to speak with her and give us a statement. We'd also like to hear from Designy's caseworker about what's going on with her. So we just need a little more information before we can make an informed decision. I realize you've been in jail a long time. We'll try to get that information as quickly as we can. So we'll see you as quickly as we can to make a decision. Your mic, y'all are on mute.
All right, there you go. Excuse me, my wife wasn't home at the time.
Well, we still want to hear from her.
Okay.
So that's my vote. I'm going to ask Mrs. Ledoux.
I'm concerned about you and your daughter in this, and I don't have enough information to make a good decision that would that I feel comfortable with. So I'm gonna vote to continue. Mr. Freeman.
I concur, you know, really, we need your wife here to talk to us, tell us what happened in court today. We want to see which way it's headed, and I want to speak to the caseworker just to see what we're dealing with, because we don't really know.
Yes,
All right, Mr. DUPRE. So we're going to gather that information and we'll see you just as soon as we can.
Okay, thank you.
All right, sir.
Next one's gonna be Lamar Fisher. Fisher. When they come back on, this is the paper they're gonna ask you about.
Get it on mute now?
I think it automatically goes to mute.
Okay.
When they change the screen, like right now we're unmuted. DUPRE, do you have a copy of this? All right. You sure? You don't want to.
All right, good afternoon. Is this Mr. Fisher? All right, y'all are on mute. Go ahead, sir. Can you tell us your name and your DOC number, please? But he's still on mute.
There you go.
Sure.
How you doing?
What's your name and DOC number?
Lamar Fisher, 702867.
All right, Mr. Fisher, and do you have a parole revocation questionnaire there with you?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
In front of you. Is that your signature on that page at the bottom?
Yes,
Dated
ma'am.
February 16th of this year?
Yes.
That's you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Fisher, based on your answers to those questions on that questionnaire, you're not eligible for appointed counsel. Are you ready to proceed this morning with the parole hearing? I mean, the revocation hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'll read the allegations against you, sir, after which you will enter a plea of guilty or not guilty. And then I'm gonna turn it over to Mr. Freeman. Your case has been assigned to him. He'll ask you some questions. At the end, you'll be allowed to make a statement before we reach a decision. You
Yes,
ready?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
You're accused of violating the conditions of your parole, specifically condition number 1, which states upon release, I will report no later than 48 hours to the probation and parole office, which is listed on the certificate. You were released from the Orleans Justice Center on June 11th, 2022, and failed to report as required. How do you plead to violating condition number 1?
I plead guilty, ma'am, but
State.
you said I can make a statement later, right?
Right, so I'll say, so I'm gonna put guilty with a statement. We'll get you statement. So let's move on. Condition number 2, which says, I will submit a monthly report by the 5th of every month until I complete my supervision. I will also report to my parole officer when ordered to do so. You failed to provide a valid residential address. A warrant was requested and flashed on February 8, 2023. How do you plead to violating condition number 2?
I'm gonna plead guilty to that also, ma'am.
Okay. And then we have condition number 4, which says, on or about June 8, 2022, you're arrested by NOPD and charged with committing the offense of simple assault, theft, and domestic abuse battery, unauthorized use of a movable, and theft under $100. You pled guilty to the theft charge. So how do you plead to violating condition number 4?
I'm gonna plead not guilty because I'm sorry.
We'll take
Not
the
guilty.
statement, put not guilty with a statement. We have another instance of condition number 4. You were arrested on September 27, 2023 by Kenner Police Department and placed in Jefferson Parish Correctional Center. You were charged with passing on the shoulder, no auto insurance, possession of drug paraphernalia, and possession of marijuana, 21 grams. You admitted to smoking marijuana. You pled guilty to possession of marijuana, which is a misdemeanor, and received credit for time served under Jefferson Docket 23-4872 on December 14, 2023. How do you plead to that instance of violating condition number 4?
I'm gonna plead guilty, ma'am.
Okay, and then we have number 10. You are currently in arrears in monthly supervision fees and have not made a payment since August 6, 2021. You are currently in arrears $1,573 and the processing fee of $65. How do you plead to violating condition number 10?
I'm gonna plead guilty, ma'am.
Okay, so would you answer Mr. Freeman's questions, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Fisher, how long have you been in jail on this charge? How long have they detained you?
6 months, sir.
6 months, okay. And you had 2 separate charges, right? You had the arrest for passing on the shoulder and marijuana?
Yes, sir.
Guilty to simple marijuana, and then you had simple assault and domestic abuse battery and theft. And I think you pled guilty to the theft.
No, sir. That I actually wasn't trying to plead guilty to that, but it was an instance to where in a preliminary hearing, they had 2 different charges, but they had it on as one arrest. So I tried to admit to when we did get into the altercation on the second one, Me and my baby mother, we share a car, and I jumped in the car just to take a little ride to cool off, but I didn't plead guilty to stealing anything, sir. But I did admit that we did share a car, and I got in the car just to take a ride to get away from the situation.
Okay, and what was the situation? What happened? Tell me what happened on that day.
On that day, I had woke up in the middle of the night. We had a sexual encounter, and during the sexual encounter, the phone lit up. And when her phone lit up, she didn't want to like answer the phone, so I took the phone and I went in the phone, and that turned into an argument. So the next day, she went out with her friends and left me the car. And I believe that was on Mother's Day. And on that day, I had went out with some of my friends. She called me for the car to bring her back the car. I didn't make it back on time with the car, and by the time I made it back with the car, her mom was over there. When her mom was over there, her mama didn't want to let me back in the house. She told me to leave. So I didn't want to force entry, so I just left. And by the time I came back that night, the police was, when I was inside, the police came back and they arrested me, and they said that I had a warrant for a previous charge.
Okay. So how are you saying that the marks got on her face?
All right, that was a different case. That day, she called me to get the children ready. At that time, she was working overnight, and I was working in the morning time. So when she called me and told me to get our son ready, I couldn't find his jacket, and I told her that I couldn't find the jacket. So when she got to the house, she asked me to, before she got to the house, she told me if I couldn't find a jacket, that I had to find a ride to work. So I called me a ride to work, because I already knew what it was going to be before she even got there. I called me a ride, and when my ride came, I just so happened to leave out the house about 5 minutes before she came. I had went walk to the front of the building, and when I made it to the front of the building, it was cold outside. So I turned around to go back home, so it wouldn't look like I left the children there by themselves. And when I made it back inside, she was in there screaming and hollering, and she started punching me. When she started punching me, I grabbed her, put in like a little bear hug, and when I put in a bear hug, she bit me. She bit me on the left side of my neck, and the only way I can get her off me is by like put my hands in her face and like move out of the way. That's how she get the scratch on her face. She started trying to fight me. I broke out the house running. Now she calling my phone about a key. She followed me all the way to work for the key. I ignored her, act like I didn't see her, and the police was once again called on me that time.
Okay, so
I wasn't the aggressor.
You wasn't gonna what?
I wasn't the aggressor.
You wasn't the aggressor.
No,
Okay.
sir.
Do you have a drug problem?
I wouldn't necessarily say a drug problem, but I was smoking a little marijuana.
You ever did any other kind of drug?
No, sir.
What was the contraband you brought into the New Orleans prison?
That was a little bag of it was an open bag of marijuana that was already used. It was just a plastic from a bag of marijuana that I smoked.
And it was yours?
It was a piece of plastic. It really wasn't even. It was just a little piece of plastic. It wasn't.
Was it yours?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then I see you got moved for another disciplinary reason. What was that one for?
You said I got moved for what?
Because of a disciplinary reason. You just got moved up there because you had a disciplinary problem. What was it?
A disciplinary problem in the jail?
Yeah.
Oh, I got written up for being in the shower after hours.
Okay, let's see, anything else? No, that's all the questions I have.
I'd like to say something else, please.
Okay, you get to make a statement at the end, and you can say anything you want.
Okay.
Okay.
So what is your relationship with Miss Reynolds now?
Oh, we still together. We still raising our children together. I'm still at the same address. We still sharing a car. We still me and her.
So you share children?
Yeah, we have children together.
And how many children?
We have 2 children together.
Okay, and where is Ms. Reynolds today?
Same address, 2608 Graville Street.
I guess what I'm asking is why, did she know you were gonna be having a hearing today?
Yeah, but she worked.
Okay. All right. All right, so now is your time to tell us what you want us to know.
All right, this is my first time on parole. I've never been on parole before, but I was on probation once or twice before. And after I got released prior to me getting released from the domestic violence, when the charges got dropped, I never was informed that I never was informed verbally that I had 48 hours to report. And prior to me being arrested, I had a second parole officer whose name was Mr. Robert Hall. Mr. Robert Hall was coming to see me at my job every month. And when he don't come and see me, he'll Zoom me or he'll call me on my cell phone. When I got arrested, I was told that Mr. Robert Hall been out for the last 5 months. But the parole officer that came and saw me, she never verbally told me that I had to come report 48 hours after, and I did not read the paper to see that I had 48 hours after I've been released. Like I said, I've never been on parole, so I'm learning as I go.
That's your statement to the violation for condition number 1.
Right.
You say guilty.
Yes, ma'am. And when I got out that time, like I said, I've been on probation before, and I know on probation, a lot of the time they just tell me stay out of trouble and I'm good. So when I got out of jail, I thought that I had a clean slate. I thought maybe he was gonna come back as my parole officer and continue where we left off, but that never happened. And I didn't.
That's enough. You've made your statement, and I'll just want to just inform you that you did sign your release certificate on June 21st, 2021. And it's on the page where the conditions are listed, and you say that I understand the conditions, which clearly states I'll report no later than 48 hours. So, you say nobody verbally told you, but you did sign that you received and understood those instructions.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, we're ready to vote, Mr. Freeman.
Okay, Mr. Fisher, you have 2 separate violations. You pled guilty to a charge on each of them. You continue to use drugs. You said it was an argument and stuff. It got a little physical, but her face is tore up. I think it's bite marks is what it looks like. So my vote today is to revoke.
Mrs. Du.
My vote is to revoke. You were not compliant on your well.
And Mr. Fisher, I also find you guilty of violating condition number 4. So my vote also today is to revoke your parole supervision. All right, sir, today your parole's been revoked.
Okay.
All right, good morning. Mr. Mitchell, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your DOC number, please, sir.
JABARRE Mitchell, DOC number 497328.
And Mr. Mitchell, do you have a parole revocation questionnaire there with you?
Yes, ma'am.
That's your signature at the bottom of that page?
Yes, ma'am.
Because it's not dated, but you remember signing that
Yes, ma'am.
parole revocation questionnaire. And
Yes,
so
ma'am.
your answers to those questions would indicate that you're not eligible for appointed counsel. So are you ready to proceed with the parole revocation hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to read the allegations against you, after which you'll enter a plea of guilty or not guilty. And then your case has been assigned to Mrs. Ledoux, seated to my left, so she'll be asking you some questions. At
Yes,
the
ma'am.
end, like at the end, before we reach a decision, you'll be allowed to make a statement.
Okay.
Ready?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You're accused of violating the conditions of your parole, specifically number 2. Condition number 2, you reported for intake and processing at Jefferson Probation District on June 2nd, 2023. You failed to complete a monthly supervision report since May 16th, 2023. So how do you plead to violating condition number 2?
Not guilty, ma'am.
Okay. Then there's condition number 3. You left the state of Louisiana without permission, which resulted in 3 felony warrants out of Athens, Georgia. How do you plead to violating condition number 3?
Not guilty.
All right. Condition number 4, you were arrested by Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office and charged with illegal possession of stolen things and theft on October 25th, 2023. How do you plead to violating condition number 4?
Not guilty.
And then condition number 10, you have not made any payments toward your supervision fees since you were processed on May 2nd, 2023. How do you plead to violating condition number 10?
No guilt. Not guilty, ma'am.
Okay. Would you answer Mrs. Ledoux's questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mitchell. What date were you released on parole this last time?
I want to say sometime last year around February or something like that, ma'am.
About April, do you think?
Yeah, something like around that time.
How were you released at that time?
I made parole.
So the board granted you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then we fast forward to October and you are arrested. That's correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Who is Vernon Williams?
Vernon Williams is my brother.
Your brother?
Well, it might be a different because the incident that happened, it was with my his nephew. His name is Vernon Williams.
Okay. And how old is your nephew?
I think he's 18 or 17.
Okay. So if I'm reading the police report, and wait, let me ask you, you're 38, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So if I'm reading the police report correctly, you and your nephew went to the video store for you to sell some video games and equipment. Is that correct?
No, ma'am. What happened was I brought my nephew to GameStop. He traded in games and he used his own ID and he received credit back from GameStop.
And then he reported to the police that he promptly gave you the money and went on to school, and it was you that brought him there to do that.
Well, I was unalert of that, ma'am, but from my understanding, I don't even own a game. I'm 38 years old. I don't, but my nephew, he has a game and he normally trades games in. So when I brought him to GameStop, he received whatever he had. I received nothing, ma'am.
Until you got home from his report. So let me ask, so where did these games come from?
That's the thing. That's the thing. What the whole altercation was. They said that the games came from another state. From my understanding,
it was they. It was they said.
The police, I guess.
Well, and the only reason they say is because it looks like you have 3 new pending felony charges in Athens, Georgia.
That's what I want to get to.
Hmm?
As of today, I have no warrant from Georgia. The warrant was dismissed. If you can contact Jefferson Parish right now, if the only thing I'm in jail being held for is the parole hold, I'm here for the day. I no longer have a warrant for Georgia at all.
Because we're going to take care of that. So, you were in Georgia without permission?
I never left the state of Louisiana. I never left.
Never left. Okay.
I never left this. You can hear me, ma'am?
You owe some restitution as well from previous charges.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to get at you when they say that I owe the money for my probation parole fees. My fees were supposed to start in November of 2023. So when I talked to my probation officer on a daily basis, when she had called fines and fees division for me, all my fines and fees were supposed to start in November. So I never got the chance to, but I've been working because I have a job at Empire right here in the Port of New Orleans. So I never got the chance until November because I wound up the arrest with the games, the stuff at GameStop. I never got the chance to start the fines and fees.
You pled not guilty, but there was probable cause found during your preliminary hearing that, and then I'm reading the police report and I'm having a hard time overcoming the fact that your nephew, 17, 18 years old, you go into the GameStop, you make the arrangements for selling them, and then tell him, I don't have my ID, you go ahead and give him your ID. I'm just having a hard time reconciling that.
All right, I would like to say something. When I brought my nephew to GameStop, I was unaware of anything that was being said on his end and my end because I never got to see my nephew after this. I never got to see the police report because the charges that I'm on right now, even the misdemeanors, they got refused to drop. I have been in jail 5 months right now. I never been to court. I never pled guilty to any charge. So as of today, the charges that I had with the misdemeanors have been dropped, refused from Jefferson Parish, and I no longer have the detainer or the fugitive out of Georgia. So I never, like right now, this is my first time really hearing about what the situation with my nephew when he the one had the games and because they're always trading games. He's not my only nephew that traded games, but I didn't know where the games came from.
I'm going to go ahead and ask my colleagues if they would like to follow along with questioning. Any questions?
Well, let me ask you this. Okay, well, how did they develop you as a person of interest out of Georgia?
Well, this was the case. They saying that, from my understanding, the property came from Georgia. So when I went to the bureau, they say the property came from Georgia. By me having an arrest record, and I brought him in my car. I guess when they hit my license plate number, they seen where the car was in my name when I brought him to the store. So they were supposed to put the warrant out for me, but the attorney that I had, they found out that I wasn't the person that committed the crime, and that's why they dropped it. I no longer have to worry about the warrant or that no more.
How did they find out you wasn't the person that committed the crime?
Because they know I never left the state. There's no evidence on me.
That's all I have.
You see?
No, he said that's all the questions he has, and I don't have any questions. Is there something that you'd like to say to us?
Yeah, I would like to say something. Like with the misdemeanor, the 2 misdemeanor charges that I'm on, the possession and the thing dealing with my nephew. From my understanding, they let my nephew go when he was the one. He was the one used his ID. I never received nothing, so I don't really know what they say that my nephew said that that I did or I got money from him or anything dealing with these two misdemeanors when I received nothing. Then with the charges when by the property coming from another state, this is why I was alleged to have did the crime because I brought him in my car. I never left the state at all. They have no proof that I left the state to commit any charges. That's why, as of today, I'm no longer on any charges. I haven't pled guilty to anything, ma'am.
Thank you. Are we prepared to vote?
I am, sir. We have quite a few documents in front of us that we have reviewed extensively. I've read and reread your police report several times.
Yes, ma'am.
Testimony of those involved. I've read the information from the University of Georgia Police. And today, based on that information, I find you have violated your conditions of parole and vote to revoke. Mr. Brandon.
I can say something else, ma'am?
No.
So, I concur. I also vote to revoke. I think you was in Georgia.
Yeah, Mr. Mitchell, I don't think you've been forthcoming with us today based on the information contained in the record. My vote today also is to revoke your parole. I find you violating the conditions of your parole. So today, sir, your parole's being revoked.
Can I say something, ma'am?
This can. All right. Good morning, sir. I guess it's good afternoon, sir. Introduce yourself, tell us your name and your DOC number.
My name is Jacob Pope. My DOC number is 604955.
All right, Mr. Pope, do you have the parole revocation there in front of you?
All I have is a questionnaire. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, that's it. Is that your signature at the bottom of that page dated
Yes.
January 10th?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. So based on your answers to those questions in that questionnaire, you're not eligible for appointed counsel today. So are you to proceed with the parole revocation hearing?
I have counsel retained. He should be on here.
Do y'all have counsel here? We don't show it. Just stand by momentarily. We'll see if he's checked in.
Okay.
What's his name?
David Altorish. Alfortish. I can't pronounce his last name.
Stand by.
Yes, ma'am.
Can't wait to get out of this icebox. God damn, it's cool. People said their stuff. That's why I'm still here. Well, oh, and how big it is too. Yes, refresh. Okay.
I'm here, Jacob.
Hey, how you doing?
All right.
Good to see you.
Hi.
All right. And so we do have Mr. Alfortish.
David Alfortish, yes, I'll represent Mr. Pope.
All right. And so we've had him introduce himself. We're about to read the allegations against him, ask him to enter his plea. His case has been assigned to Mrs. Ledoux. She'll ask him some questions. And we'd like to hear from him. And then if you would close it out for us. Is that okay with you?
That's fine.
All right. So are you ready, Mr. Pope?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So you're, as stated, you're accused of violating the conditions of your parole, specifically condition number 3. And it states that you failed to notify your parole officer of your current address. How do you plead to violating condition number 3?
Not guilty because before I left the
Well,
apartment.
take your statement. So your plea is not guilty with a statement, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Take your statement in a minute. Ms. Ledoux will take you. So we'll move on to the plea. Condition number 4, you've committed the offenses of a domestic abuse, battery, child endangerment, domestic abuse, battery, strangulation, interfering with emergency communications, and resisted an officer as evident by your arrest on October 10th, 2023 by the Harahan Police Department. The charge of resisting an officer is still pending. The pending charges of domestic abuse, battery, child endangerment, domestic abuse, battery, strangulation, and interfering with emergency communications were refused by the Jefferson Parish DA's office due to insufficient evidence. So how do you plead to violating condition number 4?
Not guilty.
Condition number 9, you failed to provide your current address, thereby making home visits impossible. How do you plead to violating number 9?
Not guilty with a statement.
Okay, not guilty with a statement. And then lastly, condition number 10, you failed to make payments toward your supervision fees and you're currently $315 in arrears. How do you plead to that?
Guilty because I'm guilty with a statement.
So I'm going to turn it over to Mrs. Ledoux.
Good afternoon, Jacob.
Good afternoon.
Tell me, what is Joseph's house? I'm not familiar with that. Can you tell me what that is?
It was a program. It was a parolee program that I moved into whenever I first got out. Whenever I first got out on parole this past time, and whenever I was asked to leave, I kept the post office box key and I went back. And when I checked the mail, I had a letter from parole stating that I was off of parole and that my parole had been terminated. So I didn't feel any need to have to contact my parole officer. I thought, and they have cameras there, so I figured, they knew I wasn't just laundering, and when I tried to contact the lady to talk to her, Ms. Linda, she had never responded. So that's why I felt no need to contact the parole office. I only had I think it was either 4 to 6 months left that when I came out of prison, it was a very short amount of time I was on parole. And if I had kept up with everything, but in the meantime, I had filed for disability. I had a couple of things that happened. I have real bad sciatic nerve pain. I had some medical issues, so I wasn't able to pay. And I was thinking that maybe they would have extended it. So I knew something was kind of funny about it. That's why I was asking to be reinstated on an ankle monitor. That way that problem doesn't happen again. I can finish my 6 months. I get off of parole in September. So I can just finish my 6 months on parole, and if God be willing, everything worked out for the best.
Okay, so the reason that we have evidence of is that you were removed from Joseph home because of a failure to comply with the drug screen and being uncooperative. What does that mean?
No, ma'am. So she had gave me 90 days to get a job, but I had already filed with the Social Security Administration office because I have MRIs and CAT scans stating that I wasn't able to work. They're at Lake Area Imaging in Baton Rouge as we speak. I just never went and got them. I wasn't able to get everything in order to be able to have all my medical records produced fast enough. And she wanted to see me. She wanted to see me grow. Ms. Linda wanted to see me sprout. She wanted to see me take off. So I left her my phone number as well as my parole officer. And I was thinking maybe that's why I hadn't got any communications from my parole officer. It was either that or the time of the year. I really don't know which of the two, but I'm not her. And I just I went with what I knew, and I read the piece of paper and I continued.
So,
but when I did.
Okay, thank you. According to our notes, you were asked to leave because you were failing to comply, and then they didn't hear from you, so they issued a warrant in August, the end of August, and then it brings us up to the October incident with law enforcement. Who is the person that you were living with?
Jessica.
Yes, Who was
Yes,
she?
ma'am.
What was your relationship?
Girlfriend, fiance,
So where did you meet her?
online.
Okay, how many people were living in that apartment when the police came for that altercation?
Me, her, and another female.
Okay, were there children in the home as well?
Yes, ma'am. We had 4 kids.
So you're telling me there were 4 children and 3 adults?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. According to the police report, when they were interviewing you, the officer noted that you perhaps were impaired. Were you drinking or using drugs at the altercation?
No, ma'am, I was not.
So are you still going to be involved with Ms. Novak when you go back on the streets?
It depends on what y'all tell me. I mean, if y'all allow me to go home on the ankle monitor, she's gonna move to her mother's house and we're gonna build from there, you know, and I'm gonna go straight to work and you know, comply with the 6 months of parole and you know, see where things go.
So how are you?
I definitely plan to be with her, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so plans to continue.
Yes, ma'am. We plan to. I already talked to Catholic Charities, the diocese in New Orleans. They have a spot for us for counseling. The deacon said that he would actually, he has a grant program if we can't afford to pay for it. Her and I could go to premarital counseling if I could get everything approved through my parole. You know, and we could build together through the Catholic Church. You know, through the diocese, they offer premarital counseling that to see if we even want to be together, you know, and to allow us to help build and structure our lives together.
So you're talking about going back to work. Are you disabled according to the state? Do you receive disability?
I have not received disability yet. And when the last time that I talked to the lady, she said it could take up to 6 months. It could take 4 to 6 months for them to contact me with any type of you know, decision or whatnot. The most I can do is go to a pain management clinic with my CAT scan and my MRIs. The most they'll do is send me to get a CAT scan. So as of right now, I'm probably gonna have to go to you know, some type of, I wouldn't say restaurant, but like Starbucks or a Waffle House or somewhere as I can do something being complacent. You know, like talk to people or do something to that matter. Just to be able to get off, you know, to work my way off of parole.
Okay, so your parole does end September. Your full-term date is in September of this year. I don't have any further questions.
So, Mr. Pope, the record reflects that when you are at Joseph Homes, that's here in Baton Rouge, right?
Yes, ma'am. It's off of North Boulevard.
Failed to comply with a drug screen on June 7th, 2023. Why was that?
I did not fail to comply. Whenever the man had came over there, he had access to my door, the combination to my door. He walked straight in. I was on the phone with my admissions counselor. I was trying to enroll in college, and I was actually trying to get my FAFSA password reset because my password I had tried to create an account years ago whenever I first wanted to go to school, and I didn't remember the account password. So I was on the phone with my admissions counselor. And he walked in and he said, "I need you to go take a drug test right now." I think it's called, it might be Business Health Partners, or I'm not really sure the name of the place where he told me to go. And I said, "Well, it's almost 4 o'clock." I said, "They stopped doing your analysis at 5 and I have to walk there." I said, I don't have transportation. I said, "Can you bring me over there?" And about an hour later, him and Ms. Linda showed up over there, which is the manager, the site manager. They pulled up over there and said, "Look, you got to go. You refused the drug test." And I didn't. I didn't refuse it. I was just right in the middle of something, and I didn't have any other option at that point.
Right. I just know how far Stell Joe will go to try to help and accommodate folks who are at Joseph's Homes. So that's why I asked that question. You have any questions? Mr. Freeman?
Why do you not like the kids going to her mama's house?
Well, I never said that. I've actually went over there with her. I've went over there quite often. You know, I mean, I've taken the kids over there quite often.
Okay, because it kind of says that's what the argument started about, her packing a bag for you to bring the kids to her mother house.
Because to be honest with you, there was another female there that I didn't really know. I didn't trust her, and I didn't want to be left there with her and her kids to be accused of anything under the sun. That's the God's honest truth. I didn't know. Like I knew I was in motion to help her, to help the other female that was staying there with her and her kids. I was trying to help her get her kids into school, but I had already saw some of the things that she was capable of, and I to be honest with you, I didn't want to be there alone with her. You know, not under those circumstances. So
okay. Last question I got. Okay, well, the last question I got is any of the kids yours biologically?
No, sir. I do have 2 biological children, though.
They're not the ones you're talking about.
No, sir. I'm the closest thing to dad they have, and I don't plan, if God says the same, I don't plan to change that anytime soon.
Okay, because you were kind of aloof with police when they kept asking you that. Okay, I have no further questions.
Thank you. And so where's Jessica today?
She's at home or on YouTube watching this.
Okay, all right. I just wondered why we didn't hear from her. Is there anything you'd like to say to us before we turn it over to your attorney?
No, ma'am. I mean, I hope that I know I've made a few poor choices in life, but I've been in jail for 6 months. You know, I hope that y'all have mercy on me and allow me to have an opportunity to you know, just like Miss Linda, to sprout. You know, to become something, do something besides sit in a cell and lose my mind staring at walls all day.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you, sir. Mr. Alfordish, we'd like to hear from you, sir.
Yes, thanks for the opportunity. As far as the technical violations, he's been in jail since October, so I would think that would suffice. As far as the criminal charges, they have been dismissed by the Jefferson Parish District Attorney's Office. I know that's not the be-all, end-all, but I believe after his presentation today, you all could make an informed decision, and I'd leave it at that, you know.
Did they ever finish with the charge of resisting an officer?
No, I know Ms. Nowak went over to First Parish Court and appeared for him. That charge is still a pending charge.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Pope, I think we're prepared to vote, Mrs. Ledoux.
Mr. Pope, I'm very encouraged that you thought through a lot of what you need to do when you return to the streets. That's admirable. I think that's going to help you be successful. You do have a short amount of time. I would like for you to benefit from domestic abuse programming before you're totally off paper. So in lieu of revocation, I'm going to put some special conditions that you receive that counseling before you're no longer being supervised.
Okay. Thank you.
That can be done on the outside.
Okay.
Done in your community.
Mr. Freeman.
Thank you.
Mr. Pope, I vote to revoke. I think you've been totally honest with us this morning. And I think there's a lot of stuff going on that we don't know about. And my vote today is to revoke.
All right, Mr. Pope. Actually, I agree with both of my colleagues. I think you are full of excuses. I don't know that you've been totally forthcoming with us today. As I mentioned, I know the extent to which Ms. Feljo will try to work with folks who are at Joseph Holmes.
Yes, ma'am.
But I do believe you need some domestic abuse training. I do see where your full-term date is coming up in just a few months, and I want to be sure that you get that training, and the only way I can do that is to add that as a condition of your supervision. So my vote also will be in lieu of revocation, that you enroll and complete domestic abuse training in the community. Your parole officer can help you get signed up for that, and you must complete that training.
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
No, you'll be back.
Yes,
In
ma'am.
All right,
Yes.
so you received one vote to revoke your parole. You've received two votes to, in lieu of revocation, add the condition that you enroll and complete domestic abuse training. So that is the outcome of today's hearing. You will not be revoked, but you are required to enroll and complete that training.
Yes, ma'am. Thank y'all.
Don't let us down.
Absolutely. Thank y'all.
Thank y'all. I'm gonna leave the meeting.
Thank you, sir. Jefferson, so we're going to sign off at 1:11. Thank you, sir, for accommodating us this afternoon.
All right. Thank you. Y'all have a good day.
All right, good afternoon. This is the Committee on Parole, and we are reconvening. We are at CADDO Correctional Center on Tuesday, March 19th, 2024. It is 1:22 p.m. And I'd like for the staff, please, at CADDO, please introduce yourself for the record.
Latasha Richardson, classification.
Assistant Chief Rick Ferris.
All right, thank you. And we have before us Mr. Blankenship.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
Christian J. Blankenship, 725-736.
Sir, so we're here for a revocation decision today. Do you have a revocation questionnaire there with you? Piece of paper?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you look at that piece of paper and tell me if that's your signature at the bottom of that page dated December 29th, 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And do you have counsel with you today?
No, ma'am.
You're not expecting Mr. Gilliam?
No, ma'am.
Your counsel in court?
Yes, ma'am. He's not gonna be here today.
You don't expect him today. So you're ready to proceed this afternoon?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So I will read the allegations against you, Mr. Blankenship, and then I'll ask you for a plea of guilty or not guilty. And then your case has been assigned to Mrs. Ledoux, seated to my left. She'll start asking you some questions once you and I are done with the plea, okay?
Okay.
All right, so you're accused of violating the conditions of your parole, specifically condition number 2. You failed to report to the parole office for the month of April 2023. How do you plead to violating condition number 2?
Not guilty.
Okay. You're accused of violating condition number 4, which says on May 6, 2023, you committed the offenses of possession of a firearm with a controlled dangerous substance and possession of Schedule 1, for which you were arrested by Shreveport Police Department. On December 18, 2023, you pled guilty to the misdemeanor charges of possession of marijuana, less than 14 grams, and possession of drug paraphernalia. You were sentenced to time served. The charge of illegal carrying of weapons was dismissed. How do you plead to violating condition number 4?
Not guilty.
Okay, and then we have condition number 5. You failed to refrain from possession or controlling a firearm as made evidence by your arrest on May 6, 2023. How do you plead to that violation?
Not guilty.
Okay, would you answer Mrs. Ledoux's questions, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Blankenship, let me just for the record, see if I understand correctly. You were released on parole November of 2022. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you were arrested in May of 23.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The incident that I am looking at is your arrest in May. Who were the 2 individuals in the truck with you the night that you were arrested?
I only knew one of them, and that was the driver. His name is Caleb Barnes.
And he was what? How do you know him?
He was a co-worker that I used to work with at CADDO Electric.
At the time of the arrest, you indicated you didn't know either one of them. Is that correct?
And I told police, I said, I don't even know them like that. I just got a ride because it was raining outside.
And what time of day was this that you were out and about?
It's about 10:30, 11 o'clock.
How about 2 o'clock in the morning?
It was probably that late after everything occurred, but when I left the house, it was probably about 10:30, 11 o'clock.
So why did you leave the house at 10 o'clock and start walking in the rain?
It wasn't raining when I started walking. I was going to see a friend, well, a girl that I was dealing with at the time, and she didn't stay too far from me, but it started raining on the way to her house, and I stopped at the gas station right around the corner from my house, and to wait while the rain was calming down, and while I was standing on the pavilion, a couple cars pulled in, and I ended up seeing Caleb. And he asked me why, what was going on, why I was standing by the store, just standing outside. And I told him I was waiting on the rain to slack up a little bit so I can go to where I was going. And he offered me a ride. He pumped his gas. You know, I got in and went down the street to the apartments. And when we got in the apartments, we seen that the police were kind of patrolling the area, which we thought nothing of. At least I didn't think nothing of, because I wasn't doing anything wrong at the time. So I got out and I told him, man, appreciate you for giving me a ride, you know, and I was going to where I was going. And I seen the police pull up behind his vehicle and shine the spotlight on his vehicle. And I look back, I didn't think much of it, you know, they were just probably making the rounds. And I seen two more officers on the outside street. They were facing horizontal to each other. And once they seen me, he kind of came my way. He accelerated his car. He came my way. But, you know, I think nothing of it. I'm not indulging in any criminal activity. So he comes, he confronts me, and he tells me, you know, put my hands up, things like that. He performs a pat down search on me. He gets about 500, close to $600, and my cell phone. You know, he detains me, puts me in the back seat, and tells me that he has a call about a suspicious white vehicle, a suspicious white truck with 3 black males with ski masks. And I'm like, well, the driver of the car that I was in, he's a white guy. So they pulled them out of the car, you know, searched the car. They say they found 32 grams of marijuana and some firearms in the car. They ran the firearms. They said they were legal. They asked me, did I know anything about the firearms? And I told them no. I told them I don't even know them like that. I was just getting a ride because it was raining outside. And
Statement, I don't know them, came from.
yes, ma'am.
Okay, so there were in fact 3 firearms, and they were pretty much in view of the police, and that's why they were able to see them easily. And so you didn't see
they
any
said
firearms.
they said that they were found under the seats.
Mhm. Okay. Have you ever been in DOC custody? Have you ever served time in the state prison system?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you take any programming when you were in the state program, state facility?
I went to reentry, and then I went to a work release program.
Did you stay in the work release program the whole time?
Yes, ma'am. To the last 2 months until I was released.
Because you had disciplinary and had to be removed, right?
Yes, ma'am.
What was that disciplinary about? Just curious, not that I'm.
Cell phone.
All right, so. Where were you living when you caught this charge?
2119 Crabapple Drive.
And that is with whom?
My uncle.
Right. Right. When you were released from on your parole, good time parole,
Yes,
you
ma'am.
signed a paper that had all the conditions of parole. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember the one that said have nothing to do with a firearm?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Whether the charges have been dropped or not, there was preponderance of evidence that say that you were in control of that firearm or could have been in control of that firearm.
And how would that be?
If it was in the truck and you're in the truck, you have 3 guns and 3 people and you're in the truck. 3 guns, 3 people, you have control, you have the ability to use that firearm.
I mean, it's not it wasn't my vehicle. I wasn't the driver, and it wasn't visible at the time of me being in the vehicle. So I had no knowledge of those weapons being in the vehicle.
Okay, so what is the charge that you're currently on parole for? What is your controlling charge? Do you know?
I think I took 2 convictions the last time. If not, Schedule 2 and convicted felon with a firearm.
That's right. I don't have any other questions at this point.
Where did you get the $600 from?
I was working at CADDO Electric at the time.
Okay, what do you do for them?
Just running wire, grounding, putting up gutters, spice plates, you know, things like that.
How long did you work for
them? For about 3 months.
That job still there if you get out?
Yes, sir.
Talk to the boss?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Blankenship, is there anything you'd like to say to us before we vote?
I mean, I've been in jail for almost close to a year now, close to 11 months. And I really find it that it's kind of unfair that I'm still the only one sitting here getting punished for something that wasn't even mine and that I had no knowledge of. And you know, it's just a lot of things that I have to rebuild when I do get released, you know, and you know, it's just a lot, you know.
All right, then, I think we're prepared to vote, Mrs. Ledoux.
Mr. Blankenship, it might be unfair, but there are conditions of parole. And based on the evidence that I'm looking at today, you have violated the condition of being in control of a firearm. You have the opportunity to be in control of a firearm. Can pick your friends and your times better. My vote is to revoke.
Mr. Freeman.
Okay, Mr. Blankenship, I'm looking at your master prison record right now, and you had a good time date of 11/27/22, and you have a full term date of 10/15/27, and you've been in almost a year, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you would be borderline on getting out. The problem is there's 3 guns in the truck, and there's 3 people in the truck, and the marijuana, and nobody knew of nothing. It makes it bad, but that's just like if they commit an armed robbery and you're in the car, you're gonna be guilty. So my vote is to revoke.
Mr. Blankenship, and I do concur with my colleagues because of the firearms and your initial charge. My vote today is to revoke your parole. You will have the opportunity to reapply for another hearing for another release date. And we'll send you instructions on when you're eligible to do so. So we wish you well, sir. Your parole's revoked today.
Do I get any do I get credit for the months that I've been sitting in jail?
You'll get some, we don't do time calculation, but you are eligible for some credits, yes.
Yes.
So that concludes our business at CADDO. Thank you, sir. We will sign off and adjourn today. It's 1:36 p.m.